and I'm going to invite everyone to join us. Okay. It appears that everyone in the waiting room is now in the meeting.
Okay, great. We can get started and welcome everyone to this July, what is today? The 8th public hearing for Preservation Commission. With us tonight on the call are, I'm Elizabeth Armstrong. With us are David Jack, the Vice Chair of the Commission, Commissioner David King, Elton Elprin, Peter Kleiner, and Arisa Boyd. And Commissioner Brooke Richard may be joining us later. She's not currently on the call. So the first order of business is we have some minutes to approve. The first set is from May 13th, 2025.
Oh, Elizabeth Brooke is coming in now.
Oh, great.
You said May 13th, you said?
The first one is, yes, May 13th.
Okay.
Hey, hi, Brooke.
Hi, need it.
On the May 13th minutes. So I have a couple of corrections on line 182. It says that he noted it should not be found significant as it was found to be a contributing structure to the National Register. I think that should be a non-contributing structure. And then on line 211, just it had been asked that the developers keep the height down. So just kind of a typo. Anyone
I
else?
had one. Yeah, I had something on line 97. I think it should say details for the addition and landscape design.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that in that landscape design is included the canopy, because I didn't see it separately mentioned, but I think most of the commissioners felt that there were things to say or work on about that.
Actually, Elton, let me just ask you, I'm not sure that we did accept the landscape design. I think we were accepting the design of the building and sending the landscape design to the subcommittee.
Well, both things got sent to the subcommittee because the building had like some unresolved materials issues, as I recall. So they needed to, the subcommittee is empowered, but they need to still work out a few details with the building.
Right. And is it assumed that in the landscape design is included that separate canopy?
It's included, yeah, that's part of the
Yeah.
landscape plan.
Okay.
And the commission didn't approve or not approve it. They said the subcommittee should work it out, to my knowledge.
I think.
So, but Elton, you were adding in that the commission had approved the landscape design?
No, I said that instead of saying or, final details for the addition or landscape design, it should say and.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Very good. Any other corrections? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes with the revisions as noted.
I'll
Okay.
second your motion, Elton. This is Dave Jack.
Great. All right, let's vote. I vote yes. Dave Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter, I think Peter may be in transit. Arisa, you were not,
Abstaining, right? It wasn't I was not present.
right. Was that a yes from Peter?
Yeah.
Okay,
I heard a yes.
okay.
Yes, it
And-
was. Thank you.
Okay, good. And Brooke?
Yes.
All right, those are accepted as amended. The next meetings come from May 22nd. This was a special meeting regarding sending a letter to the select board regarding the Lars Anderson Park Ice Rink project. I was not at that meeting. Arisa, David Jack, David King, and Elton were. Does anyone have any additions or corrections to these minutes?
I did not.
No.
Nope.
All right, motion?
Motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Great. All right, so then the four of you can vote. Arisa,
Yes.
David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
and Elton.
Yes.
So those are accepted as submitted. And finally, we have meetings from June 3rd. And I had no amendments to these. Present were David Jack, Brooke, and Elton. Do any of you have any corrections?
I saw none.
No, not from me.
Tried hard. Nothing.
All right, well, I will move that we accept the minutes as submitted. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I vote yes. David Jack,
Yes.
Brooke,
Yes.
and Elton.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Those are accepted. Next on the agenda is public comment on matters not on the agenda. So if you are here to comment on a particular case, we ask that you hold your comments to be heard when that case is heard. But this is a time for members of the public to speak up about matters not on the agenda. And I'm going to ask Tina to talk to people about how they raise their hand and ask to be heard.
Yeah, so folks, we will have public comment periods during every case that's on the agenda. So if you want to comment on a case, just please wait. And right now we can take comments for anything not on the agenda. We'll do that by anyone in the audience can use the raise your hand function. That is at the bottom of your screen. It may be hiding inside the little heart icon that says react. If you hit that, you'll be able to see the raise your hand if the hand is not visible for you already at the bottom of your screen. Alternately, you can also message us in the chat. We will be able to see your name that way and recognize you. We will call on you when it's your turn to speak, and you can unmute yourself. You should have controls for audio as well as video. You can join us by video if you choose to. So with that said, I am not seeing any hands raised currently. And let me just check the chat. We do not have any new comments in the chat.
All right. Have we waited a sufficient amount of time?
I think so.
All right. Then we will move on to hearing on LHD cases. The first case is 56 Spooner Road, and Tina, I believe that's your case.
That is correct. I will share my screen and read the case report. Just a moment. Okay. So commissioners may recall this case, 56 Spooner Road, that's located in the Chestnut Hill North Local Historic District. We heard this a couple meetings ago. And the commission asked for more details at that time. So I'm not going to read the statement of significance. It is in the case report if anyone is curious. But since we've already gone over everything, I will just review the proposed alterations and the updated findings for the new information for this time. So the applicant is proposing to demolish the porch on the left elevation and construct a 2-story addition in this location. On the right elevation, wrapping around to the rear, is the construction of a 1-story addition to enlarge the kitchen. In the center of the rear elevation, construction of a 1-story mudroom is proposed. For all additions, the siding will be traditional 3-coat stucco on wire lath. There's a revision to that. You'll see that in the upcoming plans. New gutters and rain leaders will be copper to match existing. The roof will be asphalt shingle to match existing. New windows will be wood Marvin Ultimate insulated glass sash with 7/8 simulated divided light muntins. So updated findings since the last hearing. At the hearing on May 13th, the commission reviewed the design and generally approved of the addition to the left elevation, which removed the existing porches in this location. Commissioners requested design alterations, suggesting that the siding be changed from stucco to wood and that some of the existing porch details be reproduced in the new design. Concerns were also raised about the location of the HVAC equipment, and commissioners asked that alternate locations be explored. The applicant has provided revised plans that redesign the left addition per the commission's request and show an alternate condenser location. And I will also say, I didn't state it in this summary, but the commission had no objection to any of the other additions either. The one on the left was the most visible one, so that was the one we focused on. So on your screen, you should see 56 Spooner Road, a photo of the front of the building, as well as the assessor's map of the property. This is an aerial view looking west. Some additional views of the property from Spooner Road. This is the rear of the property. These photos are taken from Middlesex. There is some minimal visibility of the rear from Middlesex Road. And these are just some neighborhood context photos. And here are the plans. We have some new lighting. And these are just some existing conditions photos. More existing conditions and another review of that visibility from the rear, highly minimal. These are existing and proposed site plans. And the proposed additions, the footprint, this is the basement plan. The first floor plan, second floor plan, attic plan. And these are the elevation drawings. The proposed are at the top, existing are at the bottom. So this is where you can start to see the revisions that were made to that left addition. Previously, it was more solid looking. It just had stucco siding. So they've revised the details of that addition. Left side elevation. The rear elevation. And the right elevation. And this is these are the existing drawings, footprint drawings. So I'll just kind of go through these quickly. And this is a site plan, and it is a little hard to see. It's a little bit small, small, but over here on the right side of the building, this is the originally proposed HVAC condenser location. And You can also see the existing condenser location at the rear here. It cannot be there anymore, obviously, because they're building an addition over it. And they have identified another place that the condenser could go next to another condenser at the rear of the left-hand addition. And here's proposed site plan, I guess. They kind of give the same information. There you go, proposed. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Tina. Would the applicant like to speak?
I believe John Chapman is here to represent. John, are you able to unmute yourself?
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is John Chapman. I'm the architect for the project. The homeowners, Jess and Jesselyn Tooten, are likely unavailable for this hearing, so I'm their representative. Tina has done an excellent job in summarizing the scope of the new work, as well as the scope of the changes that we've proposed since the last meeting. So I'll just be available to you to answer any questions.
All right, great. Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to be heard?
Give folks a moment to either click the raise your hand button or message us in the chat if you would like to speak on this case. I am not seeing any hands going up. And the chat has nothing new in it at this time.
All right, great. Well, commissioners.
Well, I think Tina, in addition to all the changes that Tina's already mentioned, and I think they're the major ones, the designer and the owners responded to a number of small things as well, you know, like the site wall in the back, the stairs leading to the areaway. Anything else? Maybe that was it. Rationalizing the roof plan and so on. So I think they've been very responsive and have done what we asked, and I think I'm fine with what they did.
This is David. I agree. I think the addition is much improved, or the condenser is moved. I think I'm fine with this design as well.
So I do want to point out that they actually have proposed both locations. And so if the commission is approving the rear one, we should just specify that in the motion.
Oh, I would approve the rear one.
I just don't want there to be any confusion.
I didn't get that. Yeah.
This is Dave Jack, and I agree with Elton and David King.
As do I. So would anyone else like to, any of the other commissioners like to either speak on this case or ask the architect any questions?
I think it looks great. No
Yep.
questions.
Agreed. Looks good.
Super. All right. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the design as represented by the drawings.
Including the HVAC condenser move.
Right, moving the HVAC units to the condensers to the back. Yes.
All right, I'll second that motion. And I will vote yes. David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Arisa,
Yes.
and Brooke.
Yes.
All right, great.
Okay, John, I will be in touch with your approvals.
Very good. Thank you very much, Tina and the commission.
Yeah, thanks for your work on this.
Yeah.
So long.
Next is 129 Walnut Street. And this is in Pill Hill, and this is also Tina's case.
Yes. So just a moment while I get things up and running. Okay. So yes, as Elizabeth has stated, this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness from 129 Walnut Street, located in the Pale Hill Local Historic District. The proposed alterations, usually I don't bother itemizing the non-app items or the items that the commission has no review over because they are in-kind work or not visible. But in this case, we've been working with this property for a long time, and I know the commission would probably like an update on the work that will be done because this house was experiencing demo by neglect, and it is the applicant's intention to bring the former beauty back to this property. So I'm just going to read a quick list of what they have applied to do. Again, these items are not for approval by the commission. These are staff approval items. So here we go. They are going to restore the wood single pane sash on the front elevation at the first, second, and third floors. They are going to restore the front doors, repair or restore the slate roofing and replace the rubber roof, replace deteriorated wood trim with new to match or to recreate the existing trim that was there, and restore the front entry stairs. So the applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the following changes. These are all the items that the commission has to approve. Install copper gutters and downspouts, install new code compliant railings on the front stairs, install a new light fixture at the front entrance, enlarge the basement window openings to allow the installation of 1/1 aluminum clad Marvin Ultimate windows. And install egress window wells in front of these windows. Replace the windows at the rear and right elevation with 1/1 aluminum clad Marvin Ultimate windows. Rebuild the rear bay window, reproduce the exterior trim and cladding in a product called Acre by Modern Mill. Create an additional entrance at the basement level below this bay window. That's at the rear, and replace the existing rear door. Preliminary findings. The applicant recently purchased this home in a state of serious disrepair with the intention of restoring it and correcting the demolition by neglect violations that the previous owner was unable to address. Full restoration is proposed for the exterior with minor modifications to the front and rear elevations. At the front, the existing basement windows are missing and or damaged beyond repair. The plans propose installing new enlarged egress windows in these locations along with window wells. The proposed windows are Marvin Ultimate 1/1 aluminum clad windows. Although the commission has made exceptions to the guidelines in the past to allow windows to be in egress windows specifically to be installed on a facade, the visible portions in other cases were required to remain wood. The commission might consider the current absence of any windows in these locations in their decision, as it is not clear what the previous existing condition was. The addition of a code compliant railing, the light at the front entrance, and copper gutters with downspouts are reasonable requests and may be considered appropriate. At the rear and right elevations, the replacement of all windows with 1/1 aluminum clad Marvin Ultimate windows with insulated glass does not meet the requirements of the design guidelines that historic wood single pane windows be retained. The guidelines do allow exceptions for windows with minimal visibility from the public way. The commission should consider if these windows may qualify for that exception. Similarly, the cladding and trim details proposed for the rebuilt rear bay window do not comply with the guidelines requirement that wood architectural details remain wood. However, the visibility in this case is also minimal. There will be a new door added at the rear elevation. That's going to be in the place of the existing left window on the first floor, and the existing rear door will be replaced. And I don't believe that I do have specifications for those items. I did get an update of specifications for the railing, but I think Nate is here, the applicant, and he can correct me on the specs if they are in fact in the package. So I will just go through the presentation. This is the assessor's photo of 129 Walnut Street on your screen, as well as the assessor's map of the property. Aerial view of 129 Walnut looking south. This is the rear of the building, just so that everyone is oriented. And this is an aerial view looking west, kind of showing more of the front. These photos were all taken between 2000 and 2003. So I guess we'll call these the aspirational photos. We would like it to look more like this than it does at present. And here are some photos of that rear bay, so we can all remember what the condition of it is and why it needs to be rebuilt. This is a photo of the front of the building. And this is the visibility from Boylston Street. The visibility from Boylston Street it's there, it's minimal, at least this time of year. When the leaves aren't on the trees, you can see a bit more. There's one view over the parking lot that is here. And then there's a very narrow corridor that you have to be on foot really to usefully see. But you can stop at this staircase and look directly at that bay window up the alleyway there from the sidewalk. This is the rear elevation, and that top photo, that was taken in 2003, in the winter, apparently, of 2003. And just for comparison, the bottom photo is the current street view taken in the summer. This is the specification description for that acre product that is proposed for trim and cladding on the rear bay window. The egress window wells are here, as well as the railing for the front steps. And we have Marvin Ultimate windows that are proposed. This is the replacement window for everywhere that they aren't restoring. They are aluminum, the aluminum clad version of this one. And that set did not include, I'm realizing, the, I'm gonna stop sharing it. It didn't include the window specs that were sent around. So if you give me just a moment, I will also pull those up. Sorry, I'll find it eventually. Here they are. Okay, so here we have the shop drawings of the different windows that are proposed. And a door, and we'll ask the applicant to clarify which door I assume it's the rear door because the front door is being restored. But he can talk to us about which door that is because I think there are two on the back. And these are the shop drawings. As you can see, these windows are clad and they are insulated glass. Okay. So that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Tina. And so I'll invite the applicant to speak and just first say on behalf of the commission that we're very familiar with this house and it's very good to see that it's in the hands of someone who wants to restore it.
Yes, thank you, Commission. I appreciate your time tonight. We're excited to bring this property back to hopefully its original condition. We're fortunate that a lot of the existing windows are still intact, although they need a lot of work, being vacant for 30 years and having a leaking roof and everything else this property has gone through. So, you know, our expectation, especially on the front street facing elevation, is to restore in kind, except for the couple components Tina mentioned regarding some egress windows from the basement level, and adding a light fixture. For the most part, the front is being brought back as it originally was. The rear and side facing windows, I think, are sort of our biggest ask here to use a more modern, thermally, thermally advanced window that'll hold up to the test of time. I think a little bit more than the wood windows will, being exposed to the elements. And also much easier to use without having storms on, which I think at the end of the day is better for the residents to have windows that are more easily operable, at least on the rear elevation, for just quality of life and comfort within the interior spaces. So looking forward to hearing your feedback and your thoughts on what we've proposed. And I think that's all I have to start.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who would like to be heard on this case?
So folks in the public, now's the time to hit the raise your hand button if you'd like to talk to us about any aspect of this case. Checking the chat. There's no new messages in the chat. And it looks like we have a hand up. I would introduce them by name, but they are labeled Zoom user. So Zoom user, you may unmute yourself if you have intentionally raised your hand.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Frances Shed Fisher. I'm at 149 Walnut, so quite close to the property. And I simply want to say that I am so thrilled that a local, responsible new owner is willing to restore this property. So I'm very, very pleased with what's transpired so far, and I wish you the very best luck in accomplishing your goal, Nathan Peck. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
I am not seeing any other hands up at this time.
Okay.
And there's nothing new in the chat.
All right, let's turn it over to the commissioners. Yes, we have a number of items to tick through, but who would like to start us off?
I can. I spoke with Nate about the property because we had worked together on another job. And I think it's great what they're doing too. I think it's, wonderful that they can really restore this property. I have a question about the windows in the basement, the egress windows, which you want to expand, Nate. And could you elaborate on that a little bit? Do you mean expand in width or in height or both? Or what is the
Yeah, great question, David. So we're gonna make the basement level has very little window exposure on the Walnut Street elevation. On the rear side of the property, it's a walkout. So our intention is to make the, I guess, so-called basement level occupiable and have bedrooms there. So there'll be 3 bedrooms in that basement level, and 2 of them will be on the Walnut side of that basement. So for egress purposes, we're going to maintain the width. The existing width of those 3 windows is sufficient, but I need more height for them to be usable as a means of egress. So our intention is to put some window wells there to get us the height that we need, and to cut the fieldstone foundation deeper for the appropriate sized windows to accommodate that egress.
I think that would be fine. I mean, it's good that you're not changing the width of them. I think the window well that was submitted is not, maybe not the best solution. And if you walk down on Walnut Street, there's a project we worked on a few years ago. Several projects in Walnut Street have done the same thing, and there are some good examples of smaller, not as expansive brick or stone window wells. So I would be in favor of, I think it's fine to make a deeper windows there. I would just change the window well solution. I'm fine with copper gutters. I didn't notice the handrail. Maybe it was in the submission, but I didn't note that. But the windows on the side elevation too, I think really are minimally visible. I mean, that really is an alley, and so I would be in favor of allowing the clad windows on the side, and on the grounds that they are so minimally visible, and maybe even on the from Route 9. I would prefer to keep all wood windows on the front facade. And I guess the other big issue is the bay. And I think the bay is pretty visible. And I kind of think it should be wood. I mean, it's a big part of, it's a big element of that building. And we have we have the our own, I don't know if it's our stated regulation, but we normally like to use natural materials and wood and historic natural materials in that case. I think that's a pretty big visible element, and I would be in favor of doing that in wood. But I think overall it's great what you're proposing to do with the building.
Yeah, David, I thank you. I appreciate that. Is it okay if I jump in now, or do you want to let everybody?
Nate, ordinarily, we kind of have a go around the table with the commissioners unless there's a specific issue to the table. Elton, you look like you were ready to weigh in.
I'm ready, yes. I think I agree with everything David's saying. Not surprisingly, really. I think as far as the window well goes, the window well at 195 that David's referring to, well, that's one of them, is really well done. And I think it's important because these window wells are much closer to the sidewalk on Walnut Street, and so will be highly visible. The one at 195 is using what appears to be a fiberglass grating on the top so that you actually can't see the walls of the window well itself. And it's light enough to lift in the event of an emergency. So I just encourage you to look at that design construction. I think there should be drawings of some of these elements. I think there really must be a drawing of the handrail at the front. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to be a guardrail as well with some kind of balusters, and we should see what it looks like. I think there should be I'm fine as David is, I think, with using the clad Marvins at the back, given the distance from Route 9. But I think there should be window details showing how they're going to sit in the brick opening, so that they have a relationship to the brick opening, more like the historic windows do than some of the substitutions that you'll see. Well, for example, that you'll see at the rear of the adjacent townhouse, where there's much more wood between the window and the brick. It'd be good to avoid that. So I think we should see the details. And I think we should see the lantern, the lamp, the light that you're proposing. And as far as as rebuilding the Oriole goes at the back, I would think we should have drawings there too, but I could imagine if you're just recladding it and retrimming it and not redoing the framing of it, that you could make do with an annotated photograph of that Oriole so that we know what you're doing there. And I share, in this case, I share David's mistrust of non-wood material for the cladding of that. I looked up, I hadn't known of this acre. I mean, it looks like it has good positive attributes, but it also, if read the reviews, it does a lot of warping and buckling and splitting even. It doesn't actually, I'd be wary of it as a material. So I think, again, wood would be better for you as well. But I think I'd be okay with one of the treated wood products that I think we've approved sometimes for trim. They're wood, it's real wood, but it's been treated with some kind of preservative that gives it a lifespan like cedar or longer even. That's all I got.
Well, I'll pitch in. I also agree with everything that David said there. All thoughts are coming to my mind along the way. It's wonderful that you're bringing that house back to life. The assessor's photo is not at all what it currently looks like. It really is rough. I can't wait to see it become your home and beautiful neighbors are so appreciative. I just have a one little question. The tree that's right in front, I don't know that that's in our purview, but will that tree remain?
So one of the things we're struggling with, there's a few things with the tree. So one is it's completely engulfed in ivy. I don't know if you've been over to look at it, but the trunk of the tree, you can't even see really any of the original trunk. There's so much ivy wrapped around it. So I'm a little concerned about the health of the tree. And we had an arborist look at it, and they can't really assess the health of it because they can't see it. And the only way to see it would be to strip all the ivy off of it, which they think will damage it. You know, strip all the bark, it'll just strip that whole tree down and damage it even more. So that aside, I think our biggest challenge is I need to bring in a new water service, a new sewer service, fire protection service, and new electrical. The sewer's collapsed, the water's very small diameter. The electrical is still old knob and tube. The electrical inspector came out and looked at it, and I've never seen Eversource come out to a property so quickly and shut things down. So I think by the time all those services get brought into the building, and the sewer is probably around 10 to 12 feet deep, because it's below the basement slab, I find it unfortunate, but I don't think that tree will make it through all of that excavation and disturbance. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't know the answer yet, but there's a lot going on that I don't think bodes well for the tree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I heard a little rumor that it is walnut and maybe the last walnut on Walnut.
That's funny.
Well, you know what? I can still plant walnuts. I think the tough thing also is it really blocks the house too. It's hard to see it. And actually we had a neighbor come up and excited and hoping the tree was going to come down because they really like the look of those 3 row houses together. But I don't know. It's a great question that I don't think has an answer at the moment.
Well, I'm rooting for it. But good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Dave Jack. I agree with David King and Elton's observations and comments. I also agree with Elton's request for graphic documentation on the details, and I feel comfortable with photo documentation of the rear window bay if the intent is to replace it in kind. And as Elton pointed out, if the existing framing is to be retained. Oh, I did have a question, and Tina kind of raised this at the beginning. And can you just talk about the 2 doors that are in the door and window schedule? And yeah.
Yeah. Tina, do you have a rear photo that we could share?
Let me see if there was one in that set. It's not amazing because I was taking visibility photos. So the rear isn't totally visible, but are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're kind of tucked under there. I'll look through my files and see if I have a better photo for you. Hold on.
I sent over a PowerPoint at one point that had some photos, but I don't know if that's easily accessible.
Yeah, you did. Let me see. I think it was this one. It's taking a second to load, actually. There it is. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, let me just scroll through to the rear. Here we go. Is that good?
Yep. So you can see an existing door there with like a aluminum storm screen sort of on it. That door is there's nothing special about it, and it's so deteriorated. I'm confident it's not salvageable. So that's one of the spots where we wanted to just install a new door. The other spot was there's the row of 3 sort of double narrow windows stacked there. That was the area where I think we are making the request to make the largest modifications, in that the second and third, well, I guess, so the lower level is the basement. So what looks like a second floor here is really the first floor. The first and second floor, we were thinking that'd be nicer as one larger window rather than the 2 narrow ones with a mauled sort of separation. And then at the basement level, to take that double window and make it a door, to give another pathway to the backyard.
Myself, I don't think that would look as good to have 1 window instead of 2. I think the proportions get so horizontal, and I don't think it would look remotely historical. I think.
Okay. I mean,
I'm
I'm
by
fine
the way,
keeping it as it is. I just figured it might be nice to have some bigger windows to get more light in.
yeah. Looking, what do you know, or do you think about the framing of that oriel in the back? Do you plan to preserve the framing, or do you know that yet? Because there's a lot of detail in that. On that.
Well, there's not as much as you think. There's some closer photos.
Yeah.
It might be on a couple of slides later.
Here, like
That's
this.
a good one. So the good thing is the framing isn't in bad shape, Elton. There's a couple studs that need to be replaced, but looking at the at the amount of water that's likely getting in every time it rains, the framing is shockingly in pretty good shape.
Yeah, great.
So our hope was, and you see a lot of these boards they're wider than you can get standard timber boards these days.
If you go to the right place, you can get them that wide.
Can you that wide?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to go to the right place.
Yeah, if it exists, I'll find it. But so the thought was to try to use the Acker product for a couple reasons. One, I think this is a hard location to maintain for people. You can't get lifts back there. You can stage it, but it's really hard to get staging back there. And I just think for future maintenance, it's going to be easier for people to take care of this if it weren't wood. Wood's fabulous, but as you know, it's going to move. And it's going to cup and it's going to warp. And I just think it's with exposure that it's going to have, no matter how well you build it, you don't have lumber like you used to be able to get, right? A lot of this lumber now is not as resistant. You can get Ipe, you can get other products. It's hard to get Ipe in larger dimensions. That was the real basis for wanting to change it, is I think the longevity and the water resistance of maintaining closed gaps is going to be hard here with wood products in terms of how they shrink and move a little bit.
I don't know if we've ever discussed this. I don't know what other commissioners would think, but I would wonder about using marine plywood for something like this for the wider widths. But I went online to check out this acre, and there were a lot of complaints about it not holding up and warping, and it didn't get good reviews that way. It got good reviews for other things like sustainability, but
I think if you held the wood off of the framing too, with like a rain screen or a mesh. You know, you wouldn't have as many. You wouldn't have some of the water problems you're having there. And you know, if you keep it up and you paint it, and it's not, you don't have to scaffold it to paint it. It's like, I mean, being in a historic district has some limitations, I think, and that's one of them. I think having wood products and maintaining them. And I'm not really totally convinced that the synthetic products will last better or more durable in the long term. And from a green point of view, which is one of our goals as a commission as well, I don't think they're better.
Okay. No, I like the idea of a rain screen, David. I think that certainly makes it a little bit easier for sure. It allows some of that movement to happen and while maintaining a nice watertight sort of seal behind it.
I also don't think that the commission would object if some of the elements were done by boards rather than one board, you know, using like shiplap or something like that. I mean, that's another reason why I think there should be a drawing, so you can really call out all the elements and what they are composed of.
Okay.
I'll just echo my joy in seeing, you know, progress here, and also to reiterate, yeah, I think we're all on the same page. I think the more historic we can keep it, the better, whatever that looks like. So I just really want to say, you know, I think Elton and David have got it covered, but, you know, I'm just thrilled to see the progress too. So that's my 2 cents, and I'll leave it at that.
I should say that I agree completely with Risa. Yeah, I should have said that. Yes, it's great to see this being done. It's been some decades of neglect.
Have we sufficiently addressed the applicant's request to create an additional entrance at the basement level?
I didn't understand where that additional entrance is.
Wasn't
Yeah.
it where the double windows are on the ground? It sounded like we were being asked if there was, to me, it sounded like there was an option of either having a larger single window on the ground or replacing those two existing windows with an entry. Is that, Nate, is that correct?
So it sounds like the commission would prefer to keep the first and second double windows as they are, and I'm certainly fine with that. At the basement level, where that sort of double mulled window is, that's the one we wanted to extend the opening, keep the same width, but extend the opening down to create another means of egress out of that basement to the backyard.
Okay.
I don't think that's visible from a public way, is it? I don't think we have.
I think you're right, Elton, because you have such a limited view shed. By Tina had a nice photo of these steps, and those steps off of Boylston Street, Route 9, and those steps just go to a rear apartment on Boylston Street, and your view shed is framed by vegetation on one side and the physical structure to the viewer's right of those steps on the other. I don't see, I could not see those basement level windows when I went out and looked at the site the other day.
Yeah, this photo from 2003, full disclosure, I did not take this photo. And I don't know who did, but assumedly they were standing on the other side of Boylston Street. this is the best photo that I could see, and this is the window in question right here, kind of tucked into that corner, barely visible in the winter with no leaves. And I think there's a lot more vegetation now than there was in 2003.
That's correct. And I know that we're not supposed to take that into consideration. Personally, I would have no objections in turning the basement windows into doors, because I just don't think anybody's ever going to see that practically.
I wouldn't object either.
Me neither. Probably door on a sidelight. What are you? It occurs to me to ask: are you going to be required to have? It looked like there were stone steps from the existing door. Will the building department ask for railings and balustrade there?
So
Do you notice it?
my instinct is yes. You know, the presentation includes a photograph of the row house all the way to the left as you're looking at it from Walnut Street. You know, ideally it'd be nice to match that just because it already exists a couple doors down, and it seemed so Tina, I think that was in your presentation.
In my presentation?
Yeah, there
Okay.
was a snapshot of a railing.
Oh, the railing, right. Yes,
Yeah.
I did have that in my presentation. I think it's in the end. Very sorry about all the flicking. Oh, there it was. There you go.
So that's the railing that exists on 37. Doesn't exactly meet code at all. But,
No, unfortunately.
but it's there. I don't know. I was going to try to do something along that line just to keep some similarity to what's currently on the properties there.
I think the building inspector might be fine with that. And maybe just as a historical exemption.
Yeah, have them call me.
Yeah, I was going to talk to Dan Bennett and get his opinion on it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, commissioners, I am just cognizant of the time because we have a pretty full schedule tonight. And it seems like there are a number of items that people are fine with, and there are some items that we would like Mr. Peck to modify or come back to us with drawings. So what's the best way to proceed from here? Subcommittee, continue the case. Any thoughts?
I would be
Dave,
comfortable
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I'd be comfortable with, staff review of the open issues, which are, I think, the railing and the doorway at the back. If they were up for that. And
I am fine with that review. But if you could give your thoughts on the bay, because Elton expressed some views on that, what he wanted. So what do you think about the bay?
Well, this is Dave Jack, and I was mulling the idea of an empowered subcommittee, and because I feel like the commissioners are very clear about what they would like to see, and just sitting down at a desk at a table and just going through and looking at any drawings submitted and reviewing them and approving them, I think would be sufficient from my perspective.
yeah, I think that's fine. I think Dave might be right.
Yeah, I agree. I think it needs architectural review, actually, with somebody who's relatively familiar with things like ironwork and window details.
And so we'd be looking at the window wells and on Walnut Street and the design of, or the rebuilding, pardon me, of the rear bay.
Right, and a draw,
Yeah.
and a drawing of the handrail.
Drawing of the handrail, and also we have to decide, formally decide about permitting the doors, and I'm assuming they're double doors on the basement level.
Yeah, I think you're right, because they're technically visible.
Yeah.
And Elton, you had mentioned a drawing of the window installation detail as well.
Yeah, a detail of how the window goes into the, how it's set in the brick with the brick mold.
Yep.
Because it can be difficult with these Marvins and may require removing the fin. I think it does. Anyway,
I think that's important, Elton. Yeah, thank you.
Work.
And then a cut sheet on the front entry lamp.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything else because we're clear about what windows we want to see restored, and I thought David did a good job of summarizing which windows we would be comfortable with the being aluminum clad.
So Dave, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say a cut sheet on the light fixture?
That's correct, on Walnut Street.
Right. And then also the subcommittee would be looking at reviewing some different kind of treatment for the window wells than what was proposed.
That's correct. Although David, I think David made mention of it, and Elton actually gave the house number on Walnut Street as a good example of an approved window wells as a window well solution that was approved previously by the commission.
All right. So then are we ready for a motion to move this case to an empowered subcommittee?
I do just want to mention before you do your voting, if we are not accepting the windows that were proposed at the rear, we need to issue a denial for that.
I thought we were accepting them.
Oh, you mean
I'm actually not clear on what we're doing. So that's why I'm mentioning it. Like, let's
I
be
think-
clear.
So
We are
That's pretty clear.
allowing.
you're talking about the narrow ones that were two narrow windows next to one another with wooden. The applicant wanted to take those out and put one big window. And
Yes.
that
Yes.
was-
And there was the issue of them not being wood windows anymore. And maybe we got past it, but I think it was at least mentioned that they should be wood. So we should at least clarify that.
I thought David was, and I would agree with him if he said this, was okay with clad in the back and was asking
Yes.
for wood in the
And on the
front.
side, wood in the
And
front.
wood in the front, yeah.
And what about the basement front windows? Is
Those
that
should be
including
wood.
those? Okay.
Wood.
So that would require a denial of those specific windows as well. If that's the route we're going.
Okay. So do you want me to try a motion, Elizabeth?
That would be great.
Okay, I move that we, this is for 129 Walnut, we accept copper gutter changes. We accept the proposal to have aluminum clad windows on the side and rear elevations, but not in the basement level of the front elevation in the new egress windows. I move that we should accept the proposal to have window wells in the front, but we will examine in subcommittee exactly, or develop in subcommittee, how those window wells will be worked out. We reject the proposed one-piece element that was going to be used for the window wells. We accept the proposal to alter the 2 windows at the basement level in the back and create a door there. And there should be a drawing of this to be submitted to the subcommittee and discussed in subcommittee. We deny the proposal to replace the 2 window pattern on the 2nd and 3rd floor with a single window.
Replacing the existing rear door.
We accept replacing the existing rear door, right? I can't.
Yeah, I think we'd just like to see drawing.
And we do not accept redoing the rear oriel in acre, but ask that it be done in wood, and to be drawn and detailed by the applicant, and recognizing that the applicant may want some leeway in size of boards and things that he wants to choose. Those would be reviewed by the subcommittee.
Oh, and handrails, David?
The handrail, the applicant should submit a drawing to be reviewed by a subcommittee. Unless, I think if the applicant wants to use exactly the handrail that's there, I don't know if that's, well, let me just leave it. He should submit a drawing to be reviewed by subcommittee.
Oh, and a cut sheet for the lamp.
And a cut sheet for exterior light fixtures.
Very good, David.
Is that it?
The only question that I have is the subcommittee empowered, David?
Yes, the subcommittee would be empowered if the applicant is willing to work with the subcommittee.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
David, did you have in your list of denials the windows at the basement front, the proposed clad windows there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Elizabeth, are you looking for a second?
I just want to give Tina a chance to ask anything else.
I follow. Okay.
So I just want to confirm, because it was a long motion, the denials I have are for the proposed type of window well, allowing the idea, but not that particular type. Denial for the single windows in place of the double windows at the rear. A denial for the acre product and the request for wood, and a denial for the front basement windows being aluminum clad. Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
All right, Dave, you want to second the motion now?
Yes, I second David King's motion.
Excellent. All right, let's vote. I vote yes. David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Arisa,
Yes.
and Brooke.
Yes.
Okay, now to the extent that parts of the certificate of appropriateness have been denied, we need to address hardship. I have not heard evidence of hardship, but just to inform the applicant that when your parts of a certificate of appropriateness are denied, you do have the option of exploring hardship, and you can discuss that with Tina. at a later date. I would make a motion to the commission that, having heard no evidence of hardship, that at this time we would deny a certificate of hardship as to the items denied. Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I vote in favor of that motion. David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Arisa,
Yes.
and Brooke.
Yes.
All right, thanks, everybody. And again, Mr. Peck, thank you for working on this house and working on restoring it. And the commission looks forward to working with you.
Likewise. Thank you, everybody.
Can I get a subcommittee?
Oh, that's
Yes, we've done this before where we've.
We have.
Subcommittee, so who would like to serve on this subcommittee?
I'll volunteer, Elizabeth. This is Dave Jack.
Thank
I'll
you.
volunteer.
Okay, David. And I'll do it too.
Great.
All right. Super. Moving on, our next and last LHD case for this evening is 71 Harvard Avenue.
My case, and I will pull up my screens now. Okay, so this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness. Harvard Avenue. Seen this, and we are back again for the proposal of a rear addition. And I will skip over the local context and just do the findings section. In reviewing this application for a substantial addition, the commission should begin by addition to the existing house. While the rear is
Breaking up.
in math,
Rebecca, you're breaking up a lot from my point of view.
I'm also having the same issue, Elton. This is Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all are.
I apologize. I will speak slower. I don't know. It says I'm fully connected to the internet, so I don't know.
Well, let's give it another shot, Rebecca, but if it doesn't get better, I can read your case report for you.
Thanks. All right. The applicant has provided drawings reflecting details commissioners wished to see, including a plot plan and the existing conditions on site. A good connection, or am I not good? No.
It's not great, right?
Might
What
be,
happened?
It's
might
hard.
be your headset. A bad connection is what it sounds like because it's going in and out. If your internet is stable, it's probably your headset. You might just try removing it and using your computer audio.
Gosh. What if I hold the mic closer? Is that better?
You have to talk for a minute for us to really know.
Okay. Land.
No, I think you've got a loose wire is what it sounds like.
Right. Well, down we go.
All right, testing audio. Can everyone hear me? Yes, sounding
Yes,
clear?
yes.
Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with me. I will start my sentence over from the top here. The applicant has provided additional drawings reflecting details commissioners wish to see, including a plot plan showing the existing conditions and trees on site, a landscape plan showing the preservation of trees at the rear of the lot, a change in color of the third floor roofline cladding, and building sections and a massing diagram to show the relationship with the adjacent structures. And the applicant has not made any large-scale massing changes to the proposed addition, and commissioners should consider the appropriateness of the proposed addition massing and its interface with the main body of the existing house. And I will quickly flip through some photos of the existing conditions, and then I will have the new plans on hand to pull up when the commissioners are ready to discuss. Here we have some aerial views of 71 Harvard Ave. Looking west, looking south, and looking east. Here we have some existing photos of the front and right elevation of the property. The west elevation and north elevations. And some additional views from Harvard Ave. And that concludes the current photos. And again, I will have the plans up, or I can share some of them now. Here we have the updated plan set. Includes all of the vegetation trees on site, with the surrounding structures included in this spot. The vegetation again. This is just the proposed floor plans. The proposed and existing elevations. Along with the grade that was requested by commissioners at the last hearing. Here again are additional elevations with the trees. Some cross sections. And some updated renderings with the change in the cladding color for that third story portion of the new addition. And then we also have some floor plans of the existing structure. Okay, and we already looked at those photos, so I will stop sharing. And I do believe the applicant is here with us tonight.
Yes, good evening. My name is Timothy Burke. I'm the architect for the project, and thank you, Rebecca, for the introduction to the proposal. We have added the drawings that we were asked to provide in terms of scale, and I think if we looked at the building sections, you can see how we've worked to keep the addition below the existing house and also the neighboring house to the west, the apartment building to the west of us. We did look at changing the color of the third floor exterior treatment because that was an issue that was discussed at the last hearing. And we've also continued to meet with the neighbors, especially along the west side. We've given them some renderings that they asked for of, you know, what they'll see. And we're also happy to work with them on the if there is a fence, what type of fence would be along between our properties there. And there's been talk about maybe no fence at all, which is a nice idea. There was a lot of talk last time about the 36-inch oak tree that sits right behind the existing house. And you know, we looked at that every which way, but don't see a way to save that particular tree. I do have with us tonight the landscape architect who has come on board and would be happy to give a short presentation of what they plan to do. I mean, our goal is to, you know, keep the site beautiful. And so they're working on that design right now. And as we mentioned last time, on the driveway side, that all stays as it is. The neighbors there had some concerns about egress and parking of the cars, but there'll be no change to that current layout. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you'd like to hear something about the landscape, we can go right to that as well.
I'm not sure that we're ready to talk about landscape yet. I think that we have preliminary issues that need to be addressed, but thank you, Mr. Burke. We've received quite a bit of public comment in the form of letters and emails. But I want to invite members of the public who'd like to speak to this case to raise their hands and be recognized.
Okay, we have a couple hands going up. I will start with Mark Masters. You can unmute yourself and address the commission. Everyone can still hear me okay?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you. I live at 67 Harvard, which is the carriage house, which directly abuts the backyard. I guess I just want to address the entire idea of putting an addition onto the house. As I read the construction proposal, you need to add the addition in order to have 4-bedroom condominiums. The house was described originally as being sold with 12 bedrooms. And it looks to me, again, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, architecturally, without the addition, you would have 3-bedroom condominiums with 3 baths and other things that you already have designed in there. And I would note that, you know, financially, 3-bedroom apartments of this kind in Brookline go for a great deal of money. And so I would suggest that we go back to the beginning and ask, why do you need an addition at all to make this feasible? And I'm not really asking the question about finances, because I don't think the committee concerns itself with the finances and shouldn't. Well, why can't we do without the addition and simply renovate the existing large house and have 3-bedroom condominiums? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else from the public?
Yep. Up next, we have Arthur Pinkham with their hand raised, so you may address the commission.
My name is Arthur Pinkham. I live at 79 Harvard Avenue. My apartment faces the 71 Harvard Avenue addition as I'm in the back of 79 Harvard. We met with the developers last Thursday, and one of the things that our owners, our association requested was that the commission require that the proponent present a 3D digital model, live digital model, which during the Zoom meeting could be, viewpoints could be repositioned so that everybody could fully understand what views are going to look like from the street, how the building interacts 3-dimensionally with the adjacent buildings. I sent a letter in to the commission requesting that be a requirement. If that's not possible to do tonight, I think it's absolutely essential as part of this investigation or review. Would hope that this would be continued at least to another meeting so that we could actually have that presentation of a live 3D model. It does seem to me that the building really is too tall for the historical structure that it sits next to. I'm hoping that there's some way that it can be pared back, either vertically or at least, or possibly in terms of its footprint. And I think, if it gets pared back or if it stays the way it is, the only way to really judge it is with a true live 3-dimensional presentation. That's all I want to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Nick Kelly.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for holding this hearing tonight. My name is Nick Kelly. I'm a beneficiary of the 79 Harvard Avenue Apartment 2. I grew up at Apartment 3 and will be moving back there in a few years with my family. And I wanted to speak specifically to build off of Arthur Pinkham's comments about a lack of a 3D diagram. I think one thing that's very hard to tell from the pictures presented tonight is what the loss of the tree that the architect mentioned will do to the community. I think that we've done some analysis of what this 200-year-old oak tree loss will do to the community. We estimate that it could increase ambient temperatures in the summer by 2 to 4 degrees. It could increase stormwater runoff by 15 to 20,000 gallons every year. And I actually I work in affordable housing development. I believe in development, and I support development on this land. But we also need to balance the increase in need for increase in housing with the other great crisis we're facing today, which is climate change, and destroying a 200-year-old oak tree that provides essential cooling and cost savings to the community. There's estimates that oak trees like this can save 35% on air conditioning costs. All of this, I think, should be considered strongly by the commission, and I urge them to do so and urge the developer to reconsider destroying this critical tree as part of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jessica and Colin Stokes.
It's Jessica Stokes speaking, and I am a town meeting member for Precinct 7. Although I am joined here by Colin, but I'm the one making remarks. I'm basically going to just yes and to Nick Kelly. Thank you, Nick, for doing that study of the impact of the tree. I just want to call attention to the fact that if it is indeed 36 inches in diameter, that is 6 times the measurement of a protected tree by the town meeting's new bylaws for protected tree status. And so it does qualify as a tree that should be protected. So just in terms of the town bylaws and the definition of protected trees, I believe it falls under that definition. I also wanted to speak, my understanding of the historic preservation or your commission is to protect not only structures but also sites. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if that is indeed the correct scope of your purview, this tree, and I submitted a number of photographs before the last meeting, so I didn't resubmit, but just demonstrating the power of this tree over the entire neighborhood, the streetscape of Harvard Avenue. I live on Auburn Place. I should have said that. I live at 9 Auburn Place. So the tree itself towers over my entire street. It indeed towers over the entire neighborhood. And so the visual impact to the entire neighborhood, not to mention the environmental impact that Nick Kelly already described, would be a tremendous loss. So I'm just urging greater consideration of the preservation of that tree.
Thank you. Up next, we have Michael Silovich.
Okay, it's Raina Silovich who's going to speak, and we live at number 70 Harvard Avenue. And right now we are in our living room and we're looking across the street. And what I'm wondering, number 63, which basically the rear addition to that old house was removed and a larger addition was added, and that was 2 attached townhouses big enough to raise a family in, and it doesn't fight with its neighboring buildings. Maybe that would be the way to go, and you would have 3 large units, and it wouldn't look like, I don't know how to describe what the addition looks like, just a block, I guess is the best way.
Well, it overshadows the house.
Well, I'm thinking when I walk down Harvard, when I'm coming from Harvard Street and I'm walking down Harvard Avenue, it is going to be, I don't want to say ugly, but intrusive on the neighborhood. That's it.
That's it.
Great, thank you. And I do not have any other hands raised at this time, and I do not have anything else in the chat.
Okay. I had to get myself unmuted. Our Zoom pictures are so tiny tonight, like they're a little bit hard to manipulate. All right, let's turn it over to the commission, and for the time being, I would ask that others don't interrupt us. Let us have a chance to kind of go around the table and consult with one another, and then we will, there'll be a chance later, maybe for some back and forth. Commissioners.
Can I ask a question? Because I missed the June meeting where I think this was discussed. And I think it pertains to the zoning. Is there, I mean, I see in some of the comments from the neighbors that they're crossing zoning, they're crossing setback lines. But it looks if I'm reading the drawing right, it looks like it's just kind of nicking corners and stuff. Is there a big zoning ask in this project? Is it much larger than the allowed FAR? Is the project as it is now much smaller than the allowed FAR? I think
Yes, yeah, we are within the FAR, and there was a question about sort of the southwest corner as being a zoning violation, but it actually is not. I did double check that. It's because the side lot line is not parallel to the building line. We can use the average of the middle of the walls. There is zoning relief required on will be the northeast corner, which is already an existing non-conforming condition. So that sort of the back of the parking lot area, that would be considered a rear yard, and the existing building's already in that rear yard. And so by adding on this third floor, we are extending that non-conformity. But otherwise, no, there's very few zoning issues that are that we raise with this project.
All right, let's take it back to the commission. But I mean, I would just like to talk about the massing of the addition, and from the drawings, it appears that when you're looking at 71 Harvard Avenue and the grand old Victorian facade, that pushing up from behind it would be the head of an elevator bank, which seems very intrusive to me. Also, the way that the addition connects to the original house seems problematic to me. Looks as if there needs to be some kind of separation or connection. I mean, it's just kind of stuck on there in a way that I think is just not suitable in a local historic district.
I have a question about the comment that was made regarding protecting the tree, that the tree is protected, and this can't be built unless that tree is removed. So what does that mean? Does that mean that none of this can really happen anyway?
So Brooke, I think that, there's a new bylaw regarding trees, but we are not the people who enforce that. And we're all very concerned with it, and I totally am concerned with the damage it does in terms of cooling the neighborhood and the additional energy it takes to cool the neighborhood. But there is, there's a tree commissioner who enforces that bylaw. And my understanding is that we have not been deputized to make our decisions based on preserving trees.
Elizabeth, could you expand on that? Because I really am confused about it. Are we wrong in considering the tree then? I mean, as a citizen, I take to heart this question of the tree. As someone concerned with global warming, I take it to heart. Am I compelled not to consider that when I'm considering this design?
Well, Elton, I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert in the new tree bylaw. And in fact, that's something I think it would be really helpful for us to have someone talk to us about that and kind of flesh that out for us. But we're a regulatory body that we just have the power that the state and the town gives to us to consider the factors that are germane to our determination. So, trees, landscape, I know we're all concerned about them. I'm very concerned about them too, but I don't think that we can ground our decisions on matters that just are left to others to regulate. Now, how that can, I don't know how to make peace with that. I think we have to think about it and talk it through some more and maybe get some more specific information about the bylaw. But the new bylaw, but it was not given to us to be the enforcers of that bylaw.
Elizabeth, I just want to be really clear that we are not allowed to make decision about vegetation. Vegetation is exempt to the local historic district. We don't regulate it, just to be 100% clear.
And quick question for you, Tina. So in terms of cityscape, it's still an exemption, correct? I just want to clarify that, right? When we're looking at the neighborhood as a cityscape, which was a question that was raised. And so in terms of the bylaw, you're right, Elizabeth, we have zero jurisdiction in that, if it goes above a certain diameter, it goes straight to the tree warden. But the question that was raised by someone else, whether the tree is considered part of the cityscape, like when we looked at Harvard Street in general, or at the bridle path and things like that, that's where my question is on something like that, like how much of that is, so it's completely exempt because we don't do any vegetation in a historic district.
Yes, we don't look at it, and our significance statements that our local historic districts are based on and grounded in, they are never about vegetation. They just aren't. And that is potentially a flaw in historic preservation that could be rectified in the future. But as things stand right now, that is not how preservation is approached.
Right. So what I can tell you about the new bylaw is that if the diameter of this tree meets certain, I forget what the dimensions are, then the tree warden is automatically involved, and it's his determination at that point. So it is true that we might need to hear what that determination is before we move forward with what we want to see happen with this property. Because if the tree is going to be preserved, then it impacts everything that's being discussed. So asking the tree warden to make a determination might be a wise thing to do before we try to hash everything else out. Tree or no tree, it's not our decision, but no tree changes what our discussion may go towards.
Let Let me ask Mr. Burke whether he has consulted the tree warden.
Not yet. We have talked to an arborist. And I am somewhat familiar with the bylaw. So what happens is if you do cut down a tree that's larger than 6 inches in diameter, measured at, I think, 54 inches above the ground, then you have to pay to the town a fee that is used to purchase more trees. So a tree like this would be a very pretty high number. I haven't calculated it, but it would be a lot of money that would go to the town and probably pay for 6 more trees, in the town. And there's another factor here that hasn't been talked about, but currently that tree is overhanging the house and, poses a danger. You never want a big tree hanging over the house. So the current owner, I think he plans to take down the tree no matter what, just because of the danger to the house. And we are keeping all the trees at the back of the property, and those trees are going to grow much better now because they're shaded by the big tree at the moment. So they don't get as much sunlight. Once that tree is gone, then all those existing trees at the back will definitely prosper. Plus, we do plan full landscaping of the property. So, I love trees too. I think everybody does, but this one, I don't have a way of saving it.
And I also do believe that part of what they have to do is replace also plant a similar diameter on the property, which you already, I believe, are planning to do. So by looking at your plans, that part is already checked. That box is checked.
Yeah, you just have to pay a fee if you don't equal.
Right.
So there probably would be some payment to the town as well here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But just to be clear, the tree warden does not have the power to forbid someone from taking down a tree if they want to develop their property.
On their private property, correct, yeah.
We spent, okay, I'm 100% sympathetic about the tree. I talked about it a lot in the last meeting. We all spent a lot of time on it in the last meeting. I know we all feel it. But I also want this time to spend time actually about talking about the massing of the proposed project, which we didn't, we asked for new sketches, we asked for additional information, but I do think we need to spend time on the massing of this proposed addition.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm glad you said that because I just do not see a whole lot of difference between the submission of tonight and the last submission that we reviewed. And I think the basic problem with this submission is that the addition is just way too large for the structure and that it is supposedly supposed to be subservient to. I also agree with, I don't remember who made this comment before, but there are issues with the penthouse for the elevator and the way that rises over the existing structure. And the program just seems overly ambitious for this addition. I just feel like there is the proposed sizes of these new units, I think, are just inappropriately large for the conditions that determine how we as a preservation commission look at what is going to be considered an acceptable addition to the existing structure that is in a local historic district.
Thank you.
I agree with Dave, and I think I guess that's why I was kind of surprised, because I missed the middle meeting of this project, but when I came back, I think the design looks very similar to what I saw in the first meeting. And I think it's an awkward position for us to be in, because we're normally in a situation where we want to help an applicant achieve what they're looking to do. And this applicant is basically not even going over the FAR envelope. So the Preservation Commission has the power to ask people not to build everything they can build. And I think that's kind of what we have to do here. But I think the massing is the critical issue, and that it should be a lot smaller. Maybe it should be, without the third floor. And so I think that's a hard position to be in, but I think it is a historic district. The people who bought this place or who are developing it know it's a historic district. And if the building is just way out of scale with its neighbors, then it's not the right solution.
I agree with everyone who's commented on the size of it. I think we have done this before, and I don't think there has been any change since the last, in terms of its massing. I think that's been stated, actually. I think that the addition to the addition, that extra wing, serves really nothing but to put a fourth bedroom on each level. So you would still have very large 3-bedroom condos if you completely eliminated that third piece. That would not obviously save the tree. And it would still leave, well, let me stop there. I think on the question of the elevator tower, it has been narrowed since the last presentation. That is a change. Right. And just as we don't see it in this front 3D view from the street, we may not see it or not much of it from 3D side views. I'm not sure, and I think I'd appreciate also seeing what this looks like in the 3D view. I thought I've been sort of grateful that there's underground parking, and I appreciate that the architect has now given us sections that show there's a sort of minimum of a foot of soil on top of the underground parking, which is certainly enough for grass. It's not enough for, not enough for trees and not enough for significant shrubbery, which is why we don't, in the landscaping plan such as it is, I don't think we see any on top of it. But I'm also wondering, the size of the existing asphalt is enormous, but there's no parking layout for that. I assume that up till now, all the parking's been on grade for that building. I'm not sure how many units were housed in it. Is that also parking for 67? In other words, I'm wondering, do we need the extent of that underground parking if we have all that above grade parking, or vice versa? If we have the underground parking, why do we need all that asphalt? Because the saving grace of the underground parking is to put some green back on the site. And yet we have this enormous asphalt apron. So I think that we haven't seen alternatives, and we haven't really even seen that delineated. I think the massing appears huge when you go back on the site. I don't think it is such a problem from Harvard Street. It's already a big addition, as seen from Harvard Ave, rather. But when you go back on the site and when you're a neighbor, or when you were looking at this from the adjacent buildings, it's certainly huge. I agree also with Elizabeth, and I think others of us stated it last time, that we hope there would be a more graceful, a lighter connection between the existing mansard and this third story, if there is a third story. I take David's suggestion that there not be a third story, but if there were a trade-off, and maybe there doesn't have to be, to avoid sprawl over the site, I'd rather have it vertical perhaps than sprawling. In other words, I guess I'd rather have the third story than that addition to the addition.
Yeah, each of the units is about 3,000 square feet, and the owner's calculations kind of show that's what they need to do in order to have the the funds to restore the original house, which is our goal. You know, the main goal is to return that to its former beauty. So I have had those discussions with them and tried to, you know, talk that through. But, you know, the cost of things today are just incredibly high, what we're facing for construction cost. In terms of the parking lot, that is shared with 67. So that's an existing condition that I don't have complete control over because it's partly their land. The plot plan that I added does show the parking layout on that particular drawing and the property lines.
Oh, does it? I missed it then.
Yep. I don't think you can see, you would be able to see the elevator penthouse from Harvard Avenue. So it's so far back on the site and set into the middle there. I can certainly provide, I think I already have the 3D renderings in the package that you don't see it. You know, and that elevator penthouse is part of the drawing, the 3D model.
I'm just going to echo what everybody else has pretty much said, which is, you know, in a local historic district, that this just doesn't really seem to fit at this scale. And, you know, that I'd really like to see some changes, as Elton was talking about, either this or that, or, you know, trying to figure out something to at least, I think, you know, with the feedback of the neighborhood shows that people, you know, we have these local historic districts because people care about keeping that integrity. And I don't feel like what I'm looking at is something that I would want to see in a local historic district in general. It just seems very out of step. So, and I'll leave it at that.
Peter, I wonder if you would be willing to weigh in.
Yeah, I missed this previously. I'm just looking at the plans and yeah, there are things that I would just want to change. I think in this is a large addition, and I think it needs to be considered a little bit in a nicer way. It just seems too large and too sprawling. And just looking at the plans, they're very generous units. I think there's an ability to right size it to the neighborhood and to the site. I mean, the plant layout where the elevator is and the harm it does to the mansard and things like that, I think it just could be better considered and more sensitive and just a better layout. I think the exposed stair on the back of the it just seems not appropriate to the level of quality of the neighborhood and the existing building. Yeah, in some ways I don't know where to start other than to say it should be smaller and simpler addition. Look, I think the existing addition on the back is not necessarily it can be improved. And this is where I think I guess it was Elton that said it. You know, I think the addition as it extends the largest part of the addition as it extends facing Harvard Street and that sort of overlap and going towards the property line. That extension of it may be less objectionable than the additional bump out in the back, which generally is room 1, which is this huge double walk-in closet master. And it just seems that a simpler, more modest apartments could work within that, within this configuration. Yeah, I realize there's a performer that they're trying to reach here, but it's a lot for this site.
you know, what we've tried to do is address what the historic district regulations require, you know, what we see from Harvard Ave. So the stairway on the back and the addition, those are not really visible from Harvard Ave. So we have kept that foremost in our minds as we've developed the design.
This neighborhood has some examples of additions and renovations that have received that this commission has provided with awards because of the sensitivity and this is not quite. Yeah, I think there's a few things that need to be reconsidered to get this better in line with the neighborhood.
Well, if it suits the commission, I could request a continuation.
Well, this is Dave Jack. I feel like I'm kind of repeating what has been said by a couple of other commissioners in that I just feel like we're at a kind of an impasse because I respect your situation, Timothy, as a professional in that you're providing the program and the design for your client, but I just don't feel like the client understands that when the property was purchased, this is a local historic district, and it's very clear about what the rules are for acceptable additions are, and I think the commissioners and I think the neighborhood has also been very clear about their feelings on this ambitious program, and I'm just not sure how we're supposed to proceed from where we are, since we're now getting essentially reiterations of previous submissions.
That's why I would like, you know, one more opportunity to meet with the owners and try to address the massing issue. Seems to be what I keep hearing. So,
okay,
yep.
Can I say one thing and that I heard before from the neighborhood, that as a practicing architect, I don't think it's fair for the commission to ask an architect to do. And look, I know you're producing things in a model and you have that space, but doing a live presentation with a 3D model, I know how difficult that is, and I don't think that's a necessary request. So the neighbors may want that, but I will say that more important is that can be misused, and it's a difficult thing to do, and I don't think it's reasonable. It's something for our commission to reasonably request for professionals. I think we can request specific views that are rendered to the extent that it's realistic. And we have amazing tools these days that give us the ability to rotate and review models, but that's not an obligation to make it a show. That's my opinion, and I would generally not recommend that we require the architect to live 3D dance around the model.
So Elizabeth,
I wonder if it makes more sense to deny the application than to continue it, because I mean, it seems like the application has gone on for some time. The applicant could reapply.
I think David, the history is there was a previous owner who brought an application before the commission, which and then since that time the property's been sold, and so the last time that they came before us, which I believe was in May, it was this applicant's first time before the commission. So although it feels like we've seen the same thing over and over, because there have been two different owners, this applicant has only been before us once. Is that correct, Mr. Burke?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
And so, yeah, I mean, I would, speaking only for myself, I would be okay with having a continuance so long as we have an understanding that the commission is expecting to see something different, some real alteration in plans that need, the neighbors have, there was another owner, this is the neighbor's third time coming. The commission has seen this property 3 times. I mean, we really are not interested in seeing the same thing again, if that's what, and if that's what the owner is set on. They just need to understand that. But speaking for myself, I would be willing to continue the case one more time. What do other commissioners think about that?
I think that sounds right. Is there a way for you to preview the submission before we put it on the agenda to make sure that it's not just a tiny tweak and something significantly different?
I think that's what staff do.
Yeah.
I can consult with you, Elizabeth, if that's what the commission would like. I could meet with you briefly.
Okay, sure.
Elizabeth, I like your suggestion of a continuance.
Any commissioners who object to that? All right, so Mr. Burke has, in fact, it was his suggestion, and so he agrees to it. So I will move that we continue the case for an additional submission. Do I have a second?
I'll second Elizabeth.
Let's vote. I vote yes. Dave Jack.
Yes, Elizabeth.
David King.
Yes.
Elkin.
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Arisa.
Yes.
And Brooke.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Burke, we'll see you soon.
Yes. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
All right, let's see how we're doing on time. It's 8:40. We have 4 demo cases and then 2 matters of other business. So first, for the demo cases is 49 Davis Avenue, which is Rebecca's case.
Yes, I will put my screen now. I don't have a headset on, so we should not have any audio issues this go around. Just jump right into it. Okay. As Elizabeth stated, this is 49 Davis Ave, and this is for a finding of significance by the commission. On June 2nd, 2025, preservation planners made an initial determination of significance for the house at 49 Davis Ave. Given the information presented in the historical and architectural section of the case report, the Preservation Commission must make a final determination of significance for the building. The house at 49 Davis Ave was constructed in 1925 by owner and builder Scott McNeely. It was designed by architect Harry Ramsey, who also designed the home across the street at 43 Davis Ave at the same time. Harry M. Ramsey designed more than 75 houses in Brookline, along with other projects in Boston, Newton, Watertown, and Wellesley. He was born in Canada and was naturalized in 1939. Several of his houses were highlighted in national publications, including American Magazine, Iron Age, and Building and Home. Most of Ramsey's work before World War II was traditional, American colonial, Tudor revival, and Cape-style homes. After the war, his work also included custom-designed ranch and split-level style houses. The house at 49 Davis Ave is a 2.5-story craftsman-style house. It sits on a stone foundation, rising to an asphalt shingle hip roof with a hip dormer on the front elevation. Both the main roof and the dormer feature exposed rafters, which was a typical feature, of the Craftsman style. It also features a two-story open porch on the right elevation facing Berkeley Court. The building also has symmetrical window openings on the front elevation with a slightly off-centered door with a pedimented entryway surround. The features of this home are a mirror image to 43 Davis Ave across the way at Berkeley Court. On June 2nd, 2025, preservation planners found that the house at 49 Davis Ave met the following selected criteria for an initial determination of significance. We had selected C and D, which the building is associated with one or more significant historic persons or events, or with the broad architectural, cultural, political, or economic or social history of the town or Commonwealth. And the building is historically or architecturally significant in terms of its period, style, method of building construction, or its association with a significant architect or builder, either by itself or as a part of a group of buildings. House at 49 Davis Ave retains integrity of location, design, setting, feeling, materials, and workmanship. And I will go through a few photos. Here we have the second photo along with the assessor's map showing the plot. Here we have one of the historic atlases highlighting the construction of 49 and 43 Davis Ave across Berkeley Court from one another. Here is an aerial image of the area. The front and partial left elevation of the home. The right and rear elevation of the home. Here is adjacent 43 Davis Ave. And here's kind of a wide angle shot of the two homes situated next to each other. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant with us?
I know I saw them earlier.
Yes, hello. I'm Jackie Pfeiffer from MKA Architecture. Thank you. I believe the owners are here as well, Vikram Agarwal and Elisa Hammond. So.
Great. Well, we're
Hi.
listening to information about significance tonight, not about any other plans. But if you or the owners would like to speak to the home significance, please do so.
Yeah, we were going to keep the existing eave and remove the roof. So
that's exactly what I just said.
Okay.
We're not.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Tonight, we're just making an initial determination about the significance of the home. If it's found significance, then a stay of demolition would apply, and we would invite you back then to talk about design review if you're interested. So just information about significance.
And just to add, you don't have to add anything. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I've learned a lot about the property tonight.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming. Anyone from the public?
Again, for folks in the audience, you can find the raise your hand button under the little heart-shaped react button at the bottom of your screen. I'm not seeing any hands up at the time, and I don't have anyone in the chat.
All right, commissioners.
I think it's significant, especially as part of the group of Berkeley Court. I think that off-center door is pretty interesting too.
Interesting is a word for it.
It's a term my mother would have used, Elton.
I'll agree with David.
Yes, and I also will agree with Elton and David. I think it contributes to the streetscape in terms of massing and design, general design.
And I concur.
I agree as well.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move we find the house significant. at
And,
that address.
and I second the motion. I vote yes. David Jack?
Yes.
Yes.
Elton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Teresa?
Yes.
And Brooke?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And if you would like to apply for a lift of stay and come back before the commission for design review, we would look forward to working with you.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Next is Greenos, 80 Greeno, which is Tina's.
Yes. I will share my screen. Okay.
This looks like a nursery rhyme character.
That's a good way.
With the shoe.
The shadow on the roof makes it even more so, I think. Yeah.
What? Shadow? Oh, yeah.
The shadow
Yeah.
exacerbates it. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for the case report?
Already begun commissioner comments.
Okay. All right, bringing it back, 80 Greeno Street. This is an application for partial demolition. And on June 3rd, 2025, I'm sorry, there's no National Register listing for this property. On June 3rd, 2025, preservation planners made an initial determination of significance for the house at 80 Greenough. Given the information presented in the historical architectural section of the case report, the Preservation Commission must make a final determination of significance for the building. Historical and architectural context. Between 1884 and 1885, Henry Marinden purchased multiple plots of land for subdivision between Gorham Ave and Davis Street from the Aspinwall Land Company. The home at 80 Greenough, should be street, not road, was built in 1884 and purchased by Jonas M. Miles that year. Miles was a lawyer and justice of the peace with an office at 32 Court Street. Miles sold the property in 1888 to Fay Clement, an officer of the Brookline Savings Bank. The neighborhood was infilled slowly through the 1890s with wood-framed residences. The 1907 atlas shows the beginning of multifamily construction adjacent to this property at the corner of Greenough and Gorham Ave. Gorham Ave was reconfigured several times during this development phase and was connected to Greenough Street by 1900. Renamed Greenough Street by 1919. In 1965, this home was converted to a two-family, and in 1996, it was returned to single-family use. The 2.5-story hipped roof home features a prominent cross gable running from front to back along the right side of the building. The center entry is framed by a porch with turned posts and a steeply pitched roof. At the first floor, the building is clad in clapboards with corner boards, while the second floor is clad in shingles that flare slightly at the bottom and extend to form decorative hoods over the two first floor windows on the facade, as well as the first floor window on the left elevation. A variation of this detail is present in the first floor bay on the right elevation, as the center window in the bay features a hood formed by an extension of the roof shingles. Small carved brackets support all of these hoods. The windows in the home are mostly 2/2 double hung, single pane wood sash. So on June 3rd, 2025, the preservation planners found that the house at 80 Greenough Street met the following criteria for initial determination of significance. D, the building is historically or architecturally significant in terms of its period, style, method of building construction, or its association with a significant architect or builder, either by itself or as a part of a group of buildings. The building at 80 Greenough Street retains integrity of location, design, setting, feeling, materials, and workmanship. So this is a photo of 80 Greenough. from Greenhouse Street, as well as the assessor's map of the property. The assessor's photo was so bad that I could not include it in this presentation. Aerial view of 80 Greenough looking east. Looking west at the rear of the house. These are views of the facade from Greenough Street with a detail shot of that window bay that I was speaking of. This angle provides a good view of the brackets. They are the same under all of the window hoods, but you can see them really well in this shot. The left elevation and the right elevation of the home. And these are photos of the rear elevation. Two photos of the streetscape at Greenough. So again, we're looking at the kind of peach colored building, and you can see some of the wood framed 2.5-story single families across the street and the multi-family buildings that abut the property. And here's the 1888 Bromley Atlas. This shows Gorham Ave as it was first configured. It did not connect through across here. That didn't come till later. But here the property is highlighted, and you can see some of the buildings that were existing at the time. Interestingly, when I walked through this neighborhood, I thought that it was probably there was a phase of demolition of original homes and then construction of multifamily buildings, but that's not what happened. Really well, there has been a few demolitions in the modern era, but in the historical period, it was just the empty lots that got infilled. It wasn't the demolition of any of those originally constructed homes. And that is the last slide. So that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to speak?
Yes, I am Michael Kim, also of MKA Architecture, and the owner, Dongmei Zuo, is also in the room.
Hello.
If she's not responding, I just a couple of quick comments. It's obviously significant, and we will be requesting design review as quickly as possible. The extraneous circumstance here is we are building in addition to the back of the house, or proposing to build this in addition to the back of the house. I know, due to medical reasons. Can you not hear me?
No, we're not supposed to hear you.
We're not supposed to hear you say that.
Oh, well, what I did want to say is we've been requested by Dan Bennett and Sarah Kaplan to apply through the recently passed at town meeting, I believe it's Article 14. I would not be alarmed by that since it's not approved by the Attorney General as yet, but they want to use this as a test case of how they're going to administer it. So if you see a parallel process taking place, please don't worry about it. We are going to go through the normal process because at this point, it's the only one that can be permanent. And due to the medical reasons, we would request design review as quickly as humanly possible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kim. Any members of the public?
So there are still quite a number of people here in the public. However, at this time, I do not see any hands raised. Folks, if you're out there and you have something to say, put your hand up with the raise your hand button. Again, that can be hiding inside the heart-shaped react icon. So click there if you are so inclined. I don't have anything new in the chat, and no one, oh, wait, we do have a hand up. Jean, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Start video. Yeah, I live next door. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Good. I live next door to this home at 86 Reno. And I have to say that this that changing the changes to the back of the house, which I'll make this comment again when you review the design, are certainly it's a significant house, but I think that we should allow this to proceed. We have no objection. I have no objections. My husband and I have no objections to this, to what they need to do there. We feel that this is a necessary improvement to the house for its owner occupant ability. That's all.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Then there is someone else. Yes, it looks like you just unmuted. Go ahead.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, we're the owner. Sorry, we were talking before, but it sounds like it wasn't heard. You want to say something?
Yeah, so again, we appreciate all your efforts. And the reason why we would like to modify is our son, he has significant medical needs. And to accommodate these needs, we have to perform either significant changes to this house, internally and also externally. But the alternative would be a hardship on us. We would have to leave the town. And that would be something I would strongly fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And there is no further comment.
Right. Commissioners.
This is Dave Jack, and I agree with the architect's finding of significance of this house.
Yes, well, the architect did state that it was obviously significant. I agree with that. Other members?
I think the first drive-by, really, I thought, well, I guess it's significant. Then I had second thoughts looking at the elevation, because the photo in the report, the front elevation, doesn't really do it justice. So I went back today, and I was really charmed by the house for all those details that Tina was pointing out. They're incredible, actually. I mean, the house was made with a ton of love. And I was noticing the foundation. I've never even seen a foundation like that, which is mostly stone. We've seen this 1,000 times. But here, each corner has brick. It's a brick corner to the stone foundation. I'm not even sure I've ever seen that before. So, I mean, it's so oddly shaped gable and volume. Eccentric. It would be really a shame to lose it. So anyway, sounds like we're not. So that's great.
Other commissioners?
I agree to its significance. It's nice to hear about those details, Elton.
I move that we find the house significant.
Second that.
All right, let's vote. I vote yes. David Jack?
Yes.
David King?
Yes.
Elton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Arisa?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We look forward to working with you if you come back before the commission. Next is 54 White Place. Rebecca?
Yep. I will pull up my document. Okay. 54 White Place, which is located within the White Place National Register District. And the applicant is here with us tonight to seek a lift of the demolition stay. And they are requesting a lift of stay based on design review of provided plans. The proposed plans show the addition of a third story to the main body of the existing building. Additional changes include the removal of the chimney, replacement of the windows, and the replacement of the stucco cladding. After the third-story addition, the applicant proposes to apply a modern stucco finish. The new roof will also be gabled as it was on the original structure. The commission should consider if this proposal is appropriate for the structure and the neighborhood. While a majority of the homes on White Place are 2 stories, there are a number of triple-decker structures located on the street as well. And I will now flip through the plans. Here we have some of the proposed elevations, or not elevations, the floor plans. The existing and proposed second floor and roofing plans. The proposed third floor plan and the building section. And here are the exterior elevations showing some of those changes. The right elevation, left elevation, and the rear elevation. And I believe, yeah, the door and window schedules here as well as the overall lot. Okay, and that concludes the presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen now, but I will be happy to pull the plans back up if the commissioners would like to view them at a later time.
Rebecca, I'm not sure what's changed, but I'm having some difficulty understanding you, so.
No.
So just as I guess slow and clear as you can, please. Okay.
Would you like me to repeat anything, or did you get enough of it?
No,
I think it helps when you face the screen.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand the presentation. Of course, I'm reading it as you speak, but anyway, I think we can carry on. Does the applicant wish to speak?
Yes, good evening and thank you for your time. My name is Kyle Smith. I'm a real estate attorney. I know that this is largely a aesthetic, architectural design-based conversation. So our project designer is also on the call with us as well, Eileen Rosa, who's the one stamped all over, her design company is the one who stamped the plans and created the plans. I guess a couple quick notes. We did have this conversation at a prior meeting in May, but there is a 1983 based historical preservation, Mass Historical Committee discussion that kind of went through all the different design elements on the street. It went through different iterations of different, underlays of aesthetic significance, and has called out every single building on the street as having some type of historical significance or not. There is about 8 on the totality of the street that were deemed to be not significant by the Mass Historical Commission back in the 80s. Roughly about 15% of the structures on the street. This structure is one of the 8 that was deemed to not be of historical significance by the Mass Historical Committee back in the 80s. So there is, enough evidence or plethora of evidence that says that this is not skipped over, it's not omitted, in it rendering that this was not of significance back in the 80s. That all being said, we're happy to, work with the commission to hopefully have a best design possible. So we're here before you to hopefully talk about the merits of the proposal, what we're looking to do, and I'll let Eileen run through that. I just want to make a couple notes about the current structure. The basement is largely of not livable height. So even though it is somewhat finished per plans, I think the intent is to largely keep that in a unfinished state. So there is not livable head height currently in the basement of the structure, which is not atypical for very old structures. It is very, very old construction. The floor joists that run perpendicular on White Place have a significant amount of lag, deflection downward, almost in a U shape or a bow shape, and that is exacerbated at the chimney area. the building, given its age, the stucco, the age of windows effectively requires gut renovation. And the chimney area in the center of the structure is where you have the most significant deflection in structural members. So, chimneys are antiquated. We're moving away from wood burning. To have wood to burn is relatively archaic and not practical in the city any longer. It also adds significant complication as far as unutilized space. Trying to straighten and correct deflection and structural insignificance or insufficiencies is very difficult to do that around a largely unutilized, non-practical chimney and fireplace. So this building is in significant need of repair. Demolition, raising the structure is much more cost effective than trying to fix all of the problems that the owner is working with. To go to the extent of trying to fix something of that significance to make it and kind of bring it up to in current day times of number of bedrooms, people, owner occupancies, family sizes, having flex spaces for offices for a much, greater at-home working demographic post-COVID. There's needed additional space. Short of digging down the foundation to dig down below to recapture area in the basement area, which is again cost prohibitive, the only really way to reclaim and add more space is to go vertically. We have a narrow footprint. They're proposing effectively an additional master bedroom and bath area on the proposed additional floor. So this is, a significant undertaking that is going to be, very costly to maintain existing structure, shell, etc., and to render this something that would be utilized, have utility for a current, family, home family and demographic. Additional internal square footage is needed. So that brings us to the general proposal, and then I'll turn it over to our designer to kind of talk about the proposed aesthetics and the changes, if that's okay.
Thank you, Kyle. Good evening, everyone, and members of the commission. My name is Eileen Rosa from Rosa Design and Construction. I'm based in Milton, Massachusetts. And as Kyle mentioned, I am the residential designer for this project. Based on our previous meetings, we review the proposal and proceeded with the design review for the project. The main idea here is to maintain the building's existing footprint as mentioned, and basically bring back to life its harmony, meaning replacing the existing stucco with a new long-lasting and low-maintenance product like SDO stucco. We are replacing the windows to bring up new white casement windows, maintaining the same size, just to kind of mimic what we currently have there and not bring a major impact on what the proposal is. So basically, we're just adding that third floor in general to maintaining the exterior characteristics. Same as the rear deck, the idea is to bring it back with new composite decking, again, trying to come back with all these long-lasting products. As far as the roof, the proposal is to install new architectural asphalt shingles. And like I said, most importantly is just keeping the existing building footprint, as Kyle mentioned, just going up and bringing this building back to life. That's all I have to say for now, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this case?
I am not seeing any hands up at this time. Oh, we do have one hand up. Two hands up. Brendan Downey, if you would like to address the commission.
Yes, how you doing? Brendan Downey, 61 White Place. I guess when I look back at the minutes from the June meeting when this was presented, it seemed as if the committee ruled or decided unanimously for the people who voted that the house was of significant significance. And, we're overriding that report from what appears to be over 40 years ago. So I'm a little bit confused as to why the same design comes back again with 0 changes to a committee, and just trying to wonder how that's a good use of committee time, neighbor time, public time. And I guess another question is, looking at the design and then hearing the discussion about the massing as how houses relate to its neighbors from earlier in this meeting. This is taking a house, making it a full extra story. It's only about 3 feet or so from the sidewalk that's heavily traveled by people going to school, by people going to and from the T. It's going to create significant shadows, significant massing. Just want to make sure that that's considered by the committee, kind of consistently with how you were talking about things earlier tonight. Thank you.
And just to clarify, this is the first time the commission has viewed these plans. They were on a previous agenda but did not present before the commission. So this is the first discussion they will have on these plans.
Yes, the last time they were before us, the commission made a determination of significance and imposed a stay of demolition. And now the applicant is coming back before us with their plans to request a lift of stay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought those were submitted as well for the July meeting that I guess there was a no-show or lack of appearance at.
Correct.
All right.
Daniel Saltzman, you are up next.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say that I think it's, I live right next door, 62 White Place. I think that it's really preposterous, the idea that in a post-COVID time that they somehow need to add a floor to survive in the current post-COVID world. That's ridiculous. We already lost 3 months of light, literally 3 months of light when they put up the hotel, which is directly behind these houses. And obviously adding a floor in such close quarters where all these houses are right on top of each other is going to significantly cut back on the light that we receive in our house and others receive that are neighbors. This will increase our demand for fuel. It will increase our carbon footprint. It flies in the face of everything Brookline stands for in terms of reducing, not expanding this type of thing. And I just think the whole thing is preposterous. Of course, it's historically significant. These plans don't make that, they don't change anything. They make it worse, and I'm completely opposed to it. I can't believe what I'm hearing. So I hope that you'll vote against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have AC.
Hello, apologies, I couldn't change the name in time. I'm Akash. I live at 55 White Place, directly opposite the house being considered. We bought this place for our young family 3 years back, partly because of the historic nature of the street and how walkable it is. We have significant concerns that we share with others who have spoken, that this is very obviously a historic house in a historic lane in a historic district, and we have significant kind of concerns about the increased height that is proposed in the design.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jennifer Amagone.
Hi. I'm sorry, I don't really know what's allowed to be said and what is not allowed to be said based on the last meeting I attended. It seemed like it had to be within the historical context that we're discussing. I think the point I'll make is that this is the street. If you know it, many love it. It is made of tiny homes, tiny, tiny homes. And that is what draw people to the street. People like the character. It fits in with the historical context of small cottages. So I feel like this plan is directly out of line with the character of the street that kind of keeps the historical nature of small homes that we all love and cherish. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other hands raised or any comments in the chat at this time.
All right, we'll turn it over to the commissioners, and let's give the commissioners a chance to go around the table and consult with one another, and then we'll come back if we have any questions. So commissioners.
Elizabeth, this is Dave, Jack, and just a general question. After 12 months, this is a question, does the owner have the option to essentially wait out any decision made by the commissioners and then do whatever they would like to do to this property?
I believe it's 18 months since.
18 months because it's a National Register district?
Yes. Yes, as always. People can wait out the stay, and then they're just subject to planning and zoning.
And I guess my next question is, I'm making an assumption that there is no prohibition towards making the structure taller under the zoning for this area?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Architects?
Sorry, are you talking about the building height?
Actually, let's keep it with the commissioners.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I think, people are allowed to build up, generally. I don't think there's any prohibition against that. But let's keep it with the commission for a few minutes so that we have a chance to talk about the design.
I agree with someone who just spoke about the defining characteristic of the street being that the homes are small. Just general streetscape, there's just a very specific scale to the way that you enter that street and to the smallness of the homes, each one contributing in that way. And so I think it would be disheartening for the homes to change. It's such a specific vibe over there.
I think it might be possible to do an addition, whether vertical or horizontal, that would look more appropriate than this, but this is not the one.
And I also feel like the comment about light is definitely an issue. Considering it is a local historic district and what the impact would be on neighboring houses is something that we should also be looking at with this particular. I agree with Elton. I don't think this is the one.
This is Dave Jack again. This is an aside, but as I walked down White Place and I noticed that the second floors of these tiny little cottages, the second floor walls are essentially knee walls, and then the gables began for the roof, began approximately 4 feet or so above the second floor finished floor. And in this proposal, it looks like the spring for the gable is mounted on top of a full height conventional wall. And I just think that might be one way of reducing the height of the structure. And I know that there has been a suggestion made that perhaps the roof could be designed to mimic a mansard roof. But I agree with Elton. I agree with Lisa that the submitted design can be improved.
One of the characteristic things of the existing house are those corner boards and stucco. And this proposal is a minor point given relative to the height of it, but it really loses something of its character, whether that was original character or not.
David King, what do you think?
Is there a picture of the house from above which shows the neighboring houses? Because it seemed to me it's really at the end of the street, and it's some funny things happen with the scale of the block there. There's sort of a low like factory building, and then so I'm just wondering, you know, I think we're making the argument that this is a context of low gabled houses, but it seems like it's a funny part of the street where the scale kind of does different things. So I was just curious if we had that from the original application. I think I think what Elton is talking about, detail, that could be added to the house. I mean, it's really a question of whether the house is too tall, and I guess I'm not sure.
I don't want to suggest things design-wise, really, but I guess I am. I mean, even if this third floor were not the full length of the house, it would be an improvement.
You mean if there were a lower gable over the front of the house and a higher one in the back?
Yeah, I mean, there's many things you could do besides this to add something to the volume of the house. And this seems...
Well, this solution just takes the volume, the mass of the house, and extrudes it up. And
Yeah.
Flattens the gable a little bit.
A lot. Yeah, well, it flattens it, yeah.
May we ask follow-up questions just to tease out these comments?
Not yet.
Could you
Okay.
tell me one, I want to check in with one more commissioner before we take comments. And that commissioner is Peter Kleiner.
Sorry, yeah, I guess I'm struggling with this one because I think White Street has such a, charming, unique character. And I've just been looking at the context on the street. And, we would be dismissive to not recognize that there are 3-story units on that side of the street further down. I mean, I'm going to say something that's a little bit heretical to the Preservation Commission. Is like, I don't know that I can support the design as it stands in any way. And I'm not sure that I'm not at the same time, I'm not sure that there's a solution that we're going to reach. So I think it's, working around the margins of changing the windows, changing the some of the detailing, trying to preserve some things. It's such a small site that we end up with things that were just discussed that are just sort of contrary to what I would want to do, which is making something that's in a very small scale problem complex, where it doesn't necessarily benefit from complexity. It's one of, yeah, it's one of the few cases where I would just, I'm inclined not to, basically to not approve it, and I wouldn't want to sit on a subcommittee where we're trying to develop a design that's acceptable. Because I think it's just, it's really very, we're gonna be working around the margins. I'm struggling with trying to provide something that provides a constructive way forward. So I think it either needs to be a radically different approach, or we have a better solution for how we would want to address this.
All right. If it's okay with other commissioners, I will let the applicant, their attorney, follow up. I'm not clear whether, Mr. Smith, are you the owner or are you the attorney for the project?
I'm just the attorney. The owner for the project had a family emergency today, which
No,
meant I'm able to be present.
required. I was just trying to, clarify
Yeah.
the position. Okay, go ahead.
So we have a building footprint that's 19 feet by 26, right? The latitude, as the gentleman just indicated, of what our options are effectively minimal. If we want to expand square footage, I guess this becomes a question for the committee, but we can either laterally expand in several directions. We can kind of square off the structure. We have a kitchen that extends off the right that's single story. We can square off the building and keep it 2 stories, and that is an option. The other option is to go 1 story more vertically. We have literally a box. We have proposed a extended height box with the same kind of general characteristics, and we can tweak the design, but our options are minimal for expanding internal square footage. I do zoning related work across Brookline and Greater Boston. I helped the family, as of this morning, be able to convert an attic space into livable square footage from unlivable to help support their twins and growing family in this post-COVID market, right? That argument is not hollow. It extends across the Commonwealth, the city of Boston. So we have a small, terribly old structure, right? I don't know how to do better to this committee than invite everybody to come and walk inside the structure, which I've personally done. I have my CSL license. I can pull permits across the Commonwealth, right? So I understand structure, I understand building, I understand what is going to be required here to make this workable and to cure the structural issues that are present from a very old structure. So, I just, our options are limited. We are basically adding a story in and returning it with very similar aesthetics. So we're happy to work with inside of that framework, but our options, as the gentleman noted, are relatively limited. So we'd love some greater feedback. Corner boards, we can do. Increased roof pitches, we could do. If the committee wanted a preference of a 3rd story with dormers, we could do, right? We just need to know some greater framework, I think, of what the committee would prefer for something where we have very limited options. And again, as the gentleman noted, 2 doors up to our right is a 3-story flat pitched roof. Cat a corner to us across the street diagonally is a 3-story structure with, a normal roof, no dormers. But we're willing to be feasible and reasonable here, but our options are limited. So I guess with that, we would love some more feedback.
I just wanted to add, and for this initial design review, we just try to be conservative in terms of the current building characteristics. But if the the commission is open for us to explore windows, and as previously mentioned, all these items, we're totally open for this, but we just wanted to have this as a starting point and try to maintain initially the building footprint versus extending the building footprint. That's all I want to add.
I just wanted to mention that I'm sympathetic to your challenge here. I understand everything that you're saying. I just want to reiterate a little bit more to what I was saying about the nature of that street. To follow up, with your comment, there are other homes there that have 3 stories. So it should be okay that we add a story. And my concern is that that sentiment will carry forward into the future, and they'll point to more and more homes that are higher. And then the entire nature of that street will lose its character. That's my concern. It's a big picture, long-term idea.
Understood. We are situated with our immediately in front of the train tracks, right? There's not a whole lot of depth that we can accomplish, right? And I just, from a practical perspective, a higher volume blocks noise of trains, right? I personally sat on the neighborhood council for Jamaica Plain for 9 years, and I was co-chair of the zoning committee. Bi-monthly, we had meetings listening for requests for zoning relief in the largest geographic neighborhood for the city of Boston. So as a general, understanding, there is no precedent. Every single piece of property is to be held on its own merits and characteristics and arguments. So personally, precedent should not exist, right? So, I've lived this for a decade serving at the community level, as have you, right? So our belief is that what you do today should not grant something in the future. That future project should have its own argument and should be held on all of its own merits.
I mean, this is not an LHD, and I don't think it's going to become one, or it doesn't look like it. And I prefer that everything's stayed low and small, but I don't think we have the right to request that. I'm playing around just sketching on what was drawn, and I don't think it's impossible to find a reasonable solution, adding a 3rd floor, which would look a hell of a lot better than what's been drawn. Several different ways to go at it, I think. And so I wouldn't be too discouraging about it. So I just think what's drawn is kind of brutal, and it's possible to do something different.
I mean, the only ironic thing is what we have drawn and proposed is effectively an extension of what is there. So
I understand. I'm just saying the way in which you did it, extruding it up, is kind of brutal. And doesn't have to be that brutal.
Okay. Is it possible to get some more feedback as to what a more viable option would look like? Is it dormers? Is it less just kind of rudimentary, less
I
square?
think any of us architects would play around with different options if we were given this problem. And people have mentioned, I think Dave was mentioning several different, people have been mentioning different kinds of things. You have an architect, right?
Yes, our designer is on the call with us.
Yeah, well, they can play around.
No, absolutely. We're totally open for this. We were just hoping to get a little piece of you guys and see if we can have a started point, whether if we're switching the roof orientation, going with gables, A-frame facing the street, like many of the houses on White Place, or if we, as Kyle mentioned, adding dormers, we can come back with a couple of good options as requested.
Yeah.
Okay. And the hope was to create a dialogue and get some more feedback so we knew which kind of direction you were hoping we could proceed with. So we're happy to take this feedback back to the owners, and Eileen being on the call can digest this, and we can come back. Is a preference for an option, if we can have a variability of options, is the preference to kind of look to pick between something? What is the board's preference?
It's It feels to me like this should be a subcommittee. I mean, it should be a small group working with.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you well. Could you repeat it again?
It feels to me like it might work better with a subcommittee of a commission.
Are we really far enough along?
That's the thing. I think it would be better to have some response, I think,
Okay.
and then a subcommittee.
Yeah, the commissioners have made, as Elton has pointed out, several different possible design ideas to pursue. But the general feeling is to try to minimize the height of the new structure, and there are many architectural ways of being able to do that, and especially as you were just pointing out, you can use dormers, you can use I had mentioned mansard roofs, you can just follow precedent of the way the gables and the walls work on White Place. But I think commissioners are saying the present design is not acceptable. The designer can have the freedom to explore some alternative solutions and then make a presentation to us. And then after that next presentation, then we'll have something to be able to react to.
Okay.
So I feel like we can continue this case.
Perfect. And that would be our hope. So we appreciate everyone's time. We'll internally regroup and reach back out to Rebecca.
All right, with the agreement of the applicant through their representative, we'll vote on whether to continue the case. And I'll make a motion that we do continue this case. Do I have a second?
Second it.
We'll vote. I vote yes. David Jack?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Elton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Elisa?
Yes.
And Brooke?
Yes.
All right, well, good luck, and we hope we'll be able to push this project along further when we next meet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, the last demolition case is 27 White Place. This is Rebecca's.
Yes, it is.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Falkenstein. I'm the applicant in this
Andrew.
case.
Jumping the gun on me.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, I'm gonna give a presentation and then we'll ask you to speak
Sure.
in a minute. Thanks. As Elizabeth noted, this is 27 White Place, right down the street. It is also within the White Place National Register district. And on June 30th, 2025, preservation planners made an initial determination of significance for the house at 27 White Place. Given the information presented in the historical and architectural section of the case report, the Preservation Commission must make a final determination of significance for the building. The house at 27 White Place was constructed in 1857 by John O. Libby. Many of the homes on White Place were constructed between 1835 and 1905, with half predating 1866. The house at 27 White Place is a modest 1.5-story cottage. Like many of the homes on White Place, it features a front gabled roof, an off-center entry, and a simple fenestration pattern. The home appears minimally altered in terms of massing, with a few trim details around the doors and windows have been changed over the years. The property was owned for a number of years by William J. Wilson and his wife, both immigrants from Ireland. William worked a variety of labor jobs, including as a gardener, a watchman, and a coachman. This was typical for residents of the neighborhood. He also for a time owned the neighboring property at 31 White Place, and rented it out to other working class families. White Place is a unique neighborhood of mid-19th century vernacular architecture and workers' housing, which developed in response to the emerging importance of Brookline Village as the town's major commercial and civic center. It remains largely intact with only a few intrusions after the original build period. And the house at 27 White Place met criteria B. It is located in a National Register district. C, it is associated with one or more significant persons or events, or the broad architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social history of the town. And D, it is architecturally significant in terms of its period, style, method of building construction, or its association with a significant architect or builder by itself, or it's part of a group of buildings. And the house at 27 White Place retains integrity of location, design, setting, feeling, and workmanship. Now go through some slides briefly. Here we have the assessor's photo as well as the assessor's map. Have an image of the Hopkins Atlas from 1874. Here's an aerial view looking west with the arrow indicating number 27. Here we have front elevation and the right elevation photos of the building. And this is some photos of the rear of the building. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. For the record, my name is Andrew Falkenstein. I'm an architect with a place of business at 7 Kent Street in Brookline Village. We agree with Rebecca's presentation that the structure at 27 White Place is an authentic representative of its time and place and contributes to the streetscape of a local historic district, which is also a National Register district. Therefore, we do not oppose a finding of significance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone from the public who'd like to speak to this?
Not seeing any hands go up at the time.
No one? All right. Commissioners, should we take yes for an answer?
Yes. Yes.
I'll just take one beat. Does anyone want to say anything different? Discuss it? I know we all love White Place. All right.
I have no notes.
Except to say, it actually is not a local historic district. It's a national district. So I will make a motion that we uphold staff's finding of significance. Do I have a second?
Second.
Let's vote. I vote yes. David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Larissa,
Yes.
and Brooke.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Woohoo. We're
Thank
getting
you.
there.
for working with you. If you choose to come back.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on to other business, the next item is to review and vote to approve the view shed restriction agreement for 222 Warren Street, formerly 25 Cottage Street, historic home of H.H. Richardson. And I see that we have both Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, hello Jennifer, and Jonathan Simpson on the call. So Jonathan, I'm assuming you're here for this one.
That's right. Mostly just to listen, but yes, I am here in case anyone has any questions.
Well, great. Thank you for joining us. Jennifer, would you like to start us off?
Well, thank you. Nice to see everyone this evening. So as most of you know, this restriction is a companion of another restriction for the Olmsted House, which sits in the rear. that view shed restriction was finalized, signed by the commission and actually went to record. So thank you, Tina, and everyone else for all their help getting that completed. We sent a copy of the recorded restriction back to all the interested town parties, so they have it in their files. And the H.H. Richardson House is a restriction that has two area view sheds, areas B and C, as you can see from the materials. We made sure that this particular restriction acknowledged and incorporated the Olmsted restriction, which sits to the rear. That was very important, I know, to the commission, so that the view shed for both homes were protected. One thing that Elton raised on the last restriction is to pinpoint where folks are standing when they are looking at these particular buildings. We added that. We also added Exhibit A, which is the historic significance. Tina was helpful in providing some of her materials so that I drafted that to describe the historic significance from the materials she gave me. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B were the sketch diagrams with areas B and C, which were previously approved in July of last year by the commission. And then finally, the restriction guidelines are also attached and incorporated into the agreement. The one thing I understand from Tina is that the sketch diagrams themselves were too busy. And that there was a concern that all of the bushes and materials that were shown there and shading should be removed. So I've reached out to our landscape architect. She's on vacation, so I wasn't able to get that tonight. But we can remove those so that it's clearly just showing the areas B and C that are part of that view shed. And so what I'm asking tonight is for approval of the agreement, subject to final review of what would be Exhibit B, the sketch diagrams to be cleaner, clearer, and if we could have staff review that perhaps in consultation with the chair. I would like to get the approval tonight, subject to us submitting something that's a bit clearer, as Tina described in her email to me.
I would, thank you, Jennifer. I would suggest, though, that Elton be the person to review this with staff
Sure.
instead of me. And Jonathan, have you reviewed these documents?
I have, yes.
And do they meet with your approval?
Yes, I think they adequately protect both the two view sheds. Other than that, they very much mirror what we did before, which I think is entirely appropriate.
All right. We do not have the documents in front of us. Jennifer, as you were talking, I'm looking at the Zoom window of people. Do commissioners want to view the documents? They were sent out in advance. You know, we've all had an opportunity to review them. Does anyone need to go through them on the screen?
I think it would be good to bring up one of the principal photo, actually, that shows view areas C and B.
And say, Tina, can you do that? I'm not able to share screen.
Yeah, can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, there's two slides. This is the first one. And I think what I discussed with Jennifer is the fact that these red blobs make it really difficult to actually even see. And this whole thing is a rendering. And typically for enforcement purposes, I would just want a photograph of what is visible for simplicity.
Yeah, we had a lot of problems with these exhibits the last time around. I was at the site this afternoon and, you know, once again, it just, these renderings of these red bushes just, to me, seem neither accurate nor helpful.
Yeah, we can remove those. That's Well, I have a call into the architect. I understand the concern, and I think you're right that it's gonna make it a lot clearer if we can just take that red out, because it also doesn't copy well. That's fine.
Yeah, and
I
my,
did, I
oh,
did
go
see
ahead.
that there have been plantings of what looked like to be arbor vitae in front of the Olmsted House that already are pretty tall. And I believe that the view shed protection is, it was always understood that there could be plantings and,
Yes.
but I'm just saying that, you know, arborvitae can grow pretty tall and, those look like they're, have had a good start.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, if there's some violation, or if one of the commissioners goes by and says, geez, those are too tall, you know, will let us know. We'll get a notice to the owner and instruct them to trim those back. But for now, what I'm really trying to do is get this on record for the Richardson House and give you the exhibit that calls this out more clearly, these areas.
Is this open to the commission to talk about now? No, we haven't heard from public, have we?
This,
This is,
It's an administrative matter. I don't think it's a hearing,
Oh, okay.
but I'm happy to
Okay.
hear from the public if they're around.
Can I say something then?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, well, I'm happy, I'm grateful, thankful to see this method of defining the view shed as opposed to the previous method of defining the Olmsted House. In other words, these rectangles on the laid over the house itself to show exactly what parts of the house should be visible. That is the method I think we should be using for both houses, as opposed to the ephemera.
If you have.
Yeah, well, let me go, because
What? Okay, I thought, okay, so I think that's good. My objection in this case actually is that the rectangles aren't big enough. I don't know, I don't understand why. Well, first of all, I don't think there would be any objection to taking it to the top of the roof. I don't understand.
Elton,
Yeah,
we negotiated with the commission in good faith on so many aspects of this project. I'm not in a position to give the commission a second bite at the apple. Like, we've shown this to potential buyers. This has been going on for years. I can't go back and revisit the approval from
Wait a second.
July of last year.
this was shown in July of last year, these
So-
rectangles?
This was all part of a package that was provided to Tina. Tina, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was all voted back in July. We had decided this. In fact, I think there was a back and forth, as I recall, between Dennis and I, trying to explain that the reason that the lower portion of the Richardson bedroom wasn't protected was because there might need to be plantings there.
So these rectangles were shown in July. I wasn't at that meeting. So you use this method for the Richardson House in July, but you use this ephemera method of leaves for the Olmsted House in July as well? These were
No,
all
so-
shown
so-
in July?
That's my memory.
Two completely different methods of defining the view shed were used in July?
I'm
and
not,
approved?
yeah, Tina,
Huh.
do you have a different memory of that? I don't want to.
Well, I want to be really clear, like, we gave a preliminary approval to these view sheds only. So we were not approving the preservation restriction. These are an appendage on the preservation restriction. And tonight we are voting on the preservation restriction, on the approval of it. So I appreciate your situation, Jennifer, but I just feel like if the commission isn't ready to approve these, that is still within their jurisdiction.
I am.
Well, I
confused.
have to disagree with that, Tina, because what we did was, and Jonathan, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, and we can go back and look at the minutes. But my memory is that we approved the actual view shed and the areas that would be protected of each structure, because I remember it was very important to have the front of the Richardson house and also the bedroom. That view of the bedroom was very important. And we approved that and then said, and the language of the restriction then would come before the board with the view shed areas as an exhibit. So I'm just not in a position to open that door again and sort of say, oh, we want to see more now. So is it, I just
Well,
don't have that authority.
Jennifer, I just think that I think what we're arguing about here is nothing. I think what we're saying is, at least Elton, you can correct me if I'm not hearing you correctly, but you asked why the roof isn't included. And I think when you first look at this, you just assume that the roof would be included, not because it's in a box, but because it's part of the structure. And I do not know how you could possibly obstruct the view of that roof, at least the view that is visible there. It is visible, and if you can get something to grow that would obstruct it, like I challenge you to find the tree, you know, like how are you going to do that?
Corbusier drew trees like that.
Like,
can we
Yeah, so why don't we do this? I understand what you're asking for. I will go back to the client and say, look, yeah, I mean, from a reasonable perspective here, oops, just spilled my water. I agree that the only thing that could obstruct the roof was like if you planted a tree from the rear, some kind of a willow that grew over and hung over, but nobody's going to do that. It's not good for the roof. It doesn't make sense. So what you're asking for, Elton, is let's just lift that green box up to the roof is what you're asking for.
Well, that is not all I was going to ask for. I did not understand until now that these green rectangles were shown and agreed upon in July. Okay, if that's water under the bridge, that may be legally, I may have nothing to say about it. I was surprised. I was sure that that wasn't the case because the very method of using these green rectangles is the exact opposite of what was used in the case of the Olmsted House. So apparently you floated two completely different methods.
I'm trying to pull up the Olmsted now, just to make sure.
Well,
yeah,
I remember.
I thought we had boxes on that as well.
Yeah,
to my
we
recollection,
did. We did.
Well, they were never shown to us. My whole that fuss I made this horrible fuss about the Olmsted, the method of defining the view shed.
But your fuss was, where am I standing when I'm looking at this?
No, that was part of it. No, the major part of it was, like I said, how are you defining the view shed by these leaves, which will be different as soon as the photo's taken. They're different now. I went there today as well. I mean, it's nothing, it doesn't look anything like this now. And I said, why don't you define the view shed by rectangles on the house? And now you've done it for the Richardson house, and I'm shocked that you were using both methods back in July. If that's the case, so be it. But it's weird. But my other thinking that this was new and being proposed to us for our approval, I would have said, make the rectangle bigger so the whole front of the Richardson facade is seen. Not the addition to the left, perhaps, but just the columns, all the columns, the whole roof, in other words, the whole roof. And I assumed that, I guess this was already asked by Dennis back over a year ago, but yeah, I was going to ask, why doesn't that rectangle drop to the ground like the rest? And it does look like you're making room for some kind of large shrub there.
Yeah, well, I definitely can't agree to lower it to give you the first floor to the right under the bedroom, because there's going to be shrubs there.
Have we seen the design of that? The shrubs even? I mean, this is for us to look at, to negotiate, talk about, approve, right? The commission
it's not to negotiate the view shed. We already voted on that. If you have problems with the language of the restriction, let me know. That's why I sent it out.
Again, I didn't know that I didn't know that this had been voted on in July. I thought this was, I was told at the time that I objected to Olmsted that, well, we have another look at this when we look at the view shed for the Richardson house, I assume from that it hadn't been looked at yet. But apparently it was all determined. Why didn't we approve this back then when I? made the
Because that
first-
was, it's the second one that we've done, and we had to do the Olmsted first. Because that was finished first, and then we were coming back to you with the
Yeah, but I'm
HH
here-
Richardson.
This was shown to the commission and approved by the commission last July at the same time as the Olmsted. So why didn't we see it? We saw the Olmsted. Ugh.
I believe you did see it, but I'm.
Elton, there were
No.
multiple hearings. First, we looked at only view sheds of both properties. Then later, this was the first part of the restriction that they developed. And much later, they came back with the text of the Olmsted property. And then at that time, we reviewed both the preservation restriction text and all of the attachments that were made to it, including the view shed.
We did, when we reviewed the Olmsted attachments and text, we did not review these rectangles on the Richardson house. This is the first
No,
time.
because they were not part of that preservation
Right.
restriction. That's
Right,
why.
they came much earlier, Elton.
No, but you're saying these rectangles were drawn at the same time and voted on by the commission. You're saying the commission approved this a year ago, right? That's what you're saying.
That's
The
what I'm
commission
s-
saw it and approved it.
These haven't been changed, these view sheds. The only thing that was changed on these view sheds from over a year ago is to add the point of where you're standing. That's the only thing that was changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but okay, but I'm seeing this for the first time.
Oh.
I was not at that July meeting, and this
Okay.
was not shown when we looked at the similar photographs.
No,
from
it
the
wasn't,
Olmsted.
it wasn't shown because it had already been shown and approved. And we said, we'll bring the actual restriction back to you for the HHR restriction.
And when I said, why don't we define the view shed as the building itself instead of the leaves, the outline of the leaves, no one said, well, we actually did that in the case of Richardson. Huh.
So I believe we did it also in the case of Olmsted. I'm so sorry, but
Oh,
I.
no, you did not. There are no rectangles drawn on Olmsted. You did not.
I'm looking at what we reviewed right now and I can share it. So I'm going to show you what was, this was approved in the meeting that we had where we reviewed the whole package. This was
Yeah,
shown
that's
to the commission. And this is what was put into the registry of deeds. At that meeting, all of these issues were discussed, and it was said that we would discuss them again when 25 Cottage came up, because they couldn't be discussed with relation to the Olmsted. But fair warning was given that the commission wasn't happy.
But they voted, right, Tina?
At one point they did vote, yeah.
Well, I see it was approved. I hear it was approved. Having gone there today, I can tell you that what is visible in that drawing, in that photograph we have of Richardson now with the green rectangles, is not visible today. That cedar tree extends to the right of the first column in the middle. In other words, almost to the entry door. If you stand in that point, as close as I get to that point that you've drawn, looking at that house, so that needs to be removed.
Okay.
I don't know if you can prune a cedar tree back, but I would suspect most landscape architects would be taking that cedar tree down. So I'd be surprised if they weren't planning on that. Are they planning to leave the cedar tree?
I don't know.
There's another like 30 of them, 50 of them, all down Cottage Street, 8 or so are dead. I'd be surprised. But besides that, there's not just the rhododendron, everything's overgrown there now. You can't, anyway, it's a really different picture, but clearly they haven't removed stuff. They're going to be removing stuff, right? Like the rhododendron.
They're
that's
definitely going to be doing some landscaping there. I don't want to misspeak and say I don't know exactly what they're going to be doing.
well,
But I
for
can
sure.
tell you that the view shed restriction will be compliant.
You're saying this rectangle that we see, that'll be compliant.
Yes.
Well,
It'll have
okay.
to do.
I don't know why we agreed to not see the whole of the front of the house, but apparently we did. So the other question I have about the whole thing is why it is an LHD. So why do we add all these other LHD like guidelines? Why not just refer to our own guidelines?
Are you asking why there's a preservation restriction, Elton?
I'm asking why the preservation restriction guidelines, exist instead of referring us to the LHD guidelines. Because
We specifically refer to the LHD. The only reason that the restriction guidelines are referred to are with respect to ordinary maintenance and how that would be defined. But I remember Tina and Jonathan changed the language to make sure that in both documents actually that LHD guidelines were to be followed for any work on the home because it isn't an LHD.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. I initially favored just eliminating these restriction guidelines because they're not necessary, but I think they're in any case inoperable because of the language that Jennifer just spoke about that is earlier in the restriction, in the body of the restriction, which says that the LHD guidelines prevail in all circumstances and is very clear about that. So at that point, I wasn't worried about this anymore. Like, it's kind of a standard part of a restriction, so it was in there. But the Olmsted restriction has this section in it as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you were right in the first place. I mean, in addition, because this does duplicate to some extent our own guidelines, it also says things that aren't relevant. I don't think we don't have purview over the interiors, right? But here it goes on about painting or stripping decorative surfaces, murals, stenciling, wallpaper, original plaster.
You're talking about the restriction guidelines.
Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah, and those are actually, so just back up a second. So you were concerned about the LHD controlling. I think we made that very clear in section 4.1.
4.1.
Yeah, 4.1, grantee shall apply the guidelines for the town's local historic districts whenever exercising any authority over the agreement to inspect the property, reviewing construction, alteration, repair, maintenance, reviewing casualty damage. So that's clear. And the only point where the restriction guidelines are referred to was for any ordinary maintenance. Let's see, that's in 3.1 where we refer to those. And it goes, the grantee may undertake routine exterior maintenance activities as described in paragraph 2.1, provided that such activities are minor in nature. For the purposes of this paragraph, what constitutes ordinary maintenance of a minor nature shall be determined in accordance with the restriction guidelines attached. So that's the only reference to the restriction guidelines. Everything else is controlled by your LHD guidelines.
Does this sentence in the restriction guidelines, alterations of a minor nature, which are part of ordinary maintenance and repair, do not require the grantee prior review? Is that in conflict with our rules and regs? I thought
no, because it's only in regard to this restriction. So what happens when there's a preservation restriction and it's also in an LHD is that we are required at the staff level to write a letter to the applicant saying, once they make a proposal, like we have to identify what parts of the restriction they need approval separate from the LHD approval. So at a hearing, for instance, we might have like 25 cottage approval of whatever they need, in-kind replacement of the roof. I don't know, whatever they want to do. And then if that violated the restriction in any way, we would have a second vote to approve the work under the restriction. but they're not the same thing.
But doesn't this mean you don't get to review that roof? Alterations of a minor nature part of ordinary maintenance and repair do not require review.
Under the preservation restriction, but the LHD guidelines are separate and they require review in and of themselves.
So the
And
two
this
are-
restriction
right.
cannot affect LHD review.
But I don't think it does not seem good to me, though, that this is in contradiction to the preservation guidelines.
Well, that's why I suggested it be removed originally, but
Yeah.
it's still here somehow.
Hmm.
Jonathan, I wonder whether you have any comment.
I do not. I think I mean, Tina's right that she and I had gone back and forth about whether or not, we should be leaving these references, to the preservation LHD guidelines. And I was a proponent for keeping them in because I felt, as Tina has said a couple times already, that they would, there's no question that they still apply. And I didn't want to, I felt you'd be running the risk if you took them out, that you'd be implying that they didn't, that these controlled. So that's sort of why we land. I'm remembering correctly, Tina, that's kind of why we landed where we landed. I do think that there's not going to be an issue with getting the full range. This is what you had with the LHD plus. This is an additional restriction because the LHD guidelines can't generally protect view sheds. So there's no question that you're going to, in my mind, that you're going to get both protections.
Yeah, it's additive, not subtractive.
Elton,
Yes.
I tell if you're still going over the documents and
No, I've said I've said what I have to say.
Other commissioners.
I just have one quick question. I know we discussed previously the term of how long it would be, and I'm tried to go through and figure all this out.
It's in perpetuity.
We did make it.
It's in perpetuity. It's stated several places in the agreement.
It was. I knew there was some legal issue, and I didn't know when we wrote it if that was going to still. Writing it is one thing, and whether it actually would do was my question.
Yeah, Larissa, I appreciate the question. We as I said, this does mirror the previous one, and we went through this analysis on the previous one, making sure that no, this is not one of the ones that needs to be renewed periodically or has to terminate after a certain amount of time. We verified that it's a situation where because it can last in perpetuity.
Fabulous. I know it said that, but last time I had the impression that it was, and that was why I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So, Elton, how are you, what are your thoughts about, do you feel prepared for us? I mean, of course, the rest of us can always take a vote, but do you feel prepared to participate in a vote? I can't tell.
Well, I think I have to accept, I mean, if I have to accept the fact that the commission approved this material in July last year, then I have to accept that, right? I don't have a choice. I mean,
I think we went through this last fall. Yeah. Because you had not attended the July meeting and you were initially, unhappily surprised by what had been accepted. And I don't know if you remember, but I've gone back and listened to the recording of that July meeting a couple of times to you know, to understand what was approved. And I know that this has been, you know, the exhibits and so forth, that these have been difficult for you to like.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't see this one I had not seen until now. The other one I didn't like at all. But now I've seen this one, and I understand really that this is what was approved. I didn't realize this. I thought we had negotiation about this. I thought there was going to be room to negotiate this when we reviewed it, but I'm hearing there's not. So I
Well,
can't negotiate.
You have negotiated it somewhat.
Somewhat. You mean back in August, back in the fall?
Tonight with Jennifer.
Oh, well, I guess I did. I mean, I guess we're gonna draw the green rectangle to go to the top of the roof, I guess. Sure, fine.
I'm not agreeing to that. I have to go back to the client. I don't think it'll be an issue, but I can't say, you know, and so let me do that.
Yeah,
Again, what I'm looking for tonight is a vote subject approving the actual agreement that's before you, subject to final approval of the attachment.
I noticed now I had a couple other questions about the plan drawing, which does show the location of the viewpoint, a little bullet, that it's showing plantings, which I guess are proposed. They're not existing plantings, correct?
Tina, can you pull up what Elton's looking at, please?
I can try.
Or you can just tell me what you're looking at, Elton?
Yeah,
What
the
page?
plan. It's
Page
called,
1?
Yes, page 1. Yeah, those plantings, the trees, for example, along Cottage Street, those are not existing. Those are
No, those are
proposed.
existing. Those are existing.
Well, where are the other existing ones then? Because there are a lot of other existing trees there that aren't shown in this plan. I mean, for example, the big cedar tree that blocks the view. And the one on the right side, you know, the other side of the gate as well, there's another big cedar tree right over there.
So all I can tell you about the plantings are that they're not going to block the views that we've agreed to. But there will be additional landscape for sure, especially when the property finally sells, if we can ever get this on record so we can sell it. There'll be, you know, the owners will want landscaping and they'll be advised and they'll have this agreement and they'll be advised that they can't block the view shed.
It's funny because in that plan we were just looking at a second ago, it's the view shed in plan is drawn as if you would see all the columns on the front facade, correct? The gray encompasses.
No, I don't think the gray shows you. The gray just shows you the view shed, and then the areas that are protected were determined by areas B and C, which are the green
Right,
blocks.
so the gray is really meaningless here. I mean, it just shows you the general direction which a person.
It shows you the direction and it shows you the width of the protection.
Well, it doesn't.
But you
No,
have
it
to
doesn't.
look.
Doesn't show the width.
Well, it
Does not-
does.
Well, no, it doesn't because it's in contradiction to the green rectangles. Does not show the width of the view shed. The actual view shed is much narrower than that.
You have to look at areas B and C. And the first one is to show you sort of the direction that
Yeah,
you're
that's
looking
what I
in.
mean. That the view shed shown there, that view area B is much narrower than the view shed shown in plan, which looks correct, frankly. It looks desirable, the one in plan. That's not the same as view area B. You see that, right? You see how narrow this is? This is a portion of the front facade. It does not go from column to column. It's a portion. In plan, what's drawn in gray goes from column to column, the entire front of the house of the old, right? Also, on that, another question on that page, the first asterisk under the title, view shed restrictions for the former, says all existing structures and vegetation within the proposed view shed restriction shall remain.
Well, keep reading.
these shall be permitted to be removed and replaced in kind at the owner's discretion if they are in decline. So everything there remains, which, but technically, that means you can't trim right now. Right now, that cedar tree is in contradiction to your green rectangles right now. I was just there. It's in contradiction, so it would have to be trimmed back. But according to this statement, it won't be trimmed back because it's to remain.
It remains, but it needs to be trimmed to be compliant with the view shed restriction.
Uh-huh, okay, I guess.
I don't know. I think you're making this more complicated than it has to be, Elton.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I've never done one of these
I mean,
before.
we've got these two areas. They've been defined. If there's a cedar branch hanging, it's got to be trimmed back.
Mhm.
Happy to simplify it for you. Happy to go up there with Tina and you and take a
Yeah,
look
let's do
with
that.
with the contractor. But I can't agree to expand the area that was already voted.
No, I hear that. It got
So
voted in
I'm,
last,
I'm sorry, but
last
I just
July,
don't
yeah.
have that authority.
No, but Elton, I do know that we did talk about the greenery and what Jennifer was saying, that, you know, whether or not it would be kept appropriately. And I think that's more a question, as you're saying right now, you know, who's going to be watching to make sure that it's maintained. That's really what
Yeah.
you're struggling with.
Well, I guess we can make a call if we see, I think Elizabeth's noticing those arborvitaes is, I think, but I haven't consulted the diagram, last year's diagram. I think they do exceed it, frankly. I looked pretty carefully at the time and I saw what I thought was a pretty tall hedge being allowed, like 8 or 10 feet, but they look taller already. So I don't know. I mean, I agree. It's on us to make calls.
And it is also on staff to enforce, and
yeah,
I have to say, I regret the way that this restriction is. I think there are contradictions that are unresolved, and I think it's going to be hard for future planners to enforce.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not sure how, other than, you know, visiting the site once a year and checking it out, I don't know how all of these types of view shed restrictions and historic restrictions are difficult to enforce. But I thought we made it as easy as possible by calling out the boxes, getting them approved. And I'm happy to simplify that drawing, to meet you out there with the contractor, to take a look at it together, to make sure that this cedar branch is going to be trimmed back so there's no violation. Other than that, you go, you look at the document. We've got every possible language in favor of the town in the actual document itself. The LHD guidelines, it's in an LHD, so of course, any changes to the exterior require your approval. The only reason those other guidelines were attached and kept in was speaking to ordinary maintenance and how that would be defined. But it's all going to be picked up with any application to a building permit in an LHD.
Well, Jennifer, from staff, I would say that I already told you, already discussed that I would like a site visit at the conclusion when we have completed buildings and we have completed restrictions, to take a photograph of existing conditions, because that is what staff is going to use in order to enforce it. So
yeah, I'll get you
that's,
out
I
there.
think,
I'll get you on the property. But
yeah, that's the best we can do.
But from my perspective, we need to sell these properties, right? We can't even sell them until this thing is on record. You need this to go on record. We need it to go on record. It's been years this has been going on, and I'm just asking for an approval. Jonathan has looked at this. I think the language is really tight in favor of the town. It's just attaching a cleaner diagram of areas B and C. And I'm happy to provide a cleaner one for your review and even ask for that roof line to be included. I just can't promise that. Elton, I think, understands that. But I will ask and let you all know, and then provide a much cleaner diagram of what you're supposed to see from that point.
I think, you know, this whole project, it's been a long project. It's been a difficult project for the owner, the developer, for everyone involved, for the commission. But I think that this is, you know, I think we can approve this subject to the diagrams. I mean, this is not the time to get cold feet about the whole project and take it out on the last view shed restriction. You know, we voted for the one before. Elton, you're going to be the person to approve the diagrams, to approve the exhibits. But I would just say that I would be ready to vote on approval of this. And if other commissioners are not, I'd ask you to speak up so we can talk through any reservations. I'm not asking how you'll vote. I'm just asking whether you're ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
I'm also ready to vote on this one.
The same here.
Okay, good. All right. In that case, I will make, let me get the language in front of me. I will make a motion to vote to approve the view shed restriction agreement for 222 Warren Street, formerly 25 Cottage Street, the historic home of H.H. Richardson, subject to review of the exhibits to be attached to the view shed restriction by staff and by Commissioner Elton Alpern. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Let's vote. I vote yes. David Jack,
Yes.
David King,
Yes.
Elton,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
and Brooke.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you all for your time. Tina, I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Good night, Jennifer.
Good night.
Good night, Jennifer.
All right. We have one last item. And let's see, what time is it? I mean,
10:30.
I honestly feel like I can't do this tonight. These are the, you know, I have to travel tomorrow. I have to get up. But, you know, this has been a 4-hour meeting. So, these bills, were introduced into the legislature to modify, to create a demo bylaw statewide, or the possibility of a demo bylaw statewide, and to modify 40C to include a demo provision in LHDs. But there's a lot more to it than that. And I've looked at this stuff a couple of times, but I haven't looked at it to my own satisfaction. And I do not think time is of the essence here. You know, the legislature is not going to take this up. It's been sent to a subcommittee or a study committee. The select board would like to hear from us about what we think about these bills. And I think we should do that, but I don't think we need to do it tonight.
Good.
Elizabeth.
Can we put it on the August agenda?
I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about it in August, that's fine. I'm not sure it's necessary for the reasons that you just said. This kind of blew up and then got deflated really quickly. Maybe we could just watch it, and if it's necessary, we can put it back on an agenda.
You mean you don't think it's going to become a bill?
I don't think it has anything, I don't think it has legs, so to speak.
Bill, it has been filed, but
Yeah.
been sent to a study committee. It was only sponsored by one legislator. I mean, it really, bills get filed all the time. I've filed bills in the legislature. I mean, it's not, so I do think if the select board has asked for our opinion on it, I think it would behoove us to take a look at it. But I just can't, I don't have the brain cells left for.
What would you suggest we read to get a summary of it without, well, in the easiest way possible?
Just read what Tina sent out for tonight's meeting.
Okay.
It's
Dennis, because Dennis has been heavily involved in the listserv where this has all been discussed amongst other preservation people. So Dennis would be able to give you more info too.
That was going to
Yeah.
be my recommendation. Just call Dennis.
He's the one who alerted all of us to this.
I think there's like 20 emails a day on listserv about, and I haven't read a single one. But I can see
Never a
that
short call.
people's hair is on fire.
Yeah.
Well, if do we need to vote on?
No, please don't.
Good. All right.
This is other business. We'll just put it on August. We'll talk about it before then.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, everybody. I don't know. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Good
much.
night, everyone.
Bye.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye.